chess is one game which is known for its alertness.
Sure, you are going to have a wonderful time here, and some more new players will come up from this tournament.
I must thank everyone who has supported this event wholeheartedly, the players, the arbiter team, the sponsors, and all the office bearers of Maharashtra Chess Association and AICF who have supported this event to make it a big success.
Please get in touch. Hello. Welcome. Namaste, everyone. Day 3 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. And we have an exciting day after 2 days of fighting chess. Let's have a look at the results from round 2 first, and just to see what happened yesterday. And as you can see, we had 2 decisive games and 3 draws overall. If you all missed out yesterday, Divya Deshmukh won a game against her compatriot Vaishali, where an opening blunder by Vaishali cost her dearly, and Divya just won in about 45 minutes or so. A very surprising result at the highest level, and in fact, Divya was fully prepared until the point where Vaishali blundered. But yeah, that is high level chess. Vaishali just misplaced her opening by a move or two. And at the end of day's play, we had Zhu Jinner beating Munguntul with the black pieces, and that gives us 2 joint leaders here, Divya Deshmukh and Zhu Jinner, going into day 3. But the other games ended in draws between Salome and Humpy, Polina and Nurgyul, and Harika versus Kashlinskaya. So that brings us to the cross table at the end of round 2. As you can see, 2 players off to a flyer. Polina Shuvalova with 1.5, and we have a couple of players in the middle and the others on half a point. So there's nobody on 0. Everybody has some points on the leaderboard. That's great. And let's have a look at day 3 pairings. So today we have Zhu Jinner, the co-leader versus tail-ender Salome, the lowest rated player of the field. Kashlinskaya, winner of the Tbilisi Grand Prix, plays Munguntul. Salimova versus Harika should be an exciting contest between youth versus experience. Vaishali would be looking to make a comeback today after her loss yesterday against Polina. And the game of the day is between Koneru Humpy and Divya Deshmukh. So, chat, we would love to have your thoughts as well. So, we'll be putting up a poll on the channel so you can vote and let us know. Do you think Humpy and Deva Deshmukh will be our featured matchup for the day? As you can see by the thumbnail as well on YouTube. And let's see, do you predict a win for Humpy, a win for Divya Deshmukh, or will it be a draw? That would be an exciting contest. And as we can see, uh, glimpses from the players' hall, the chief arbiter Ivan just letting the players know about some rules there, and we will soon have our opening move as well. But yeah, a fantastic playing hall here on the second floor of the Fern Hotel at Amnora Town here in Pune, India. And there you go. We have visuals of the players. Conor Humpy takes on Divya, and Humpy, it's again a match of youth versus experience there. And Humpy, as has an outside chance of making it to the FIDE candidates via winning the second spot or maybe the first spot from the women's Grand Prix cycle. And fun fact that Conor Humpy has finished second in the women's Grand Prix for a grand total of 5 times from from the years 2009 to 2021. So she has been second 5 times, and she's qualified to the Women's World Championship cycle 5 times via the Grand Prix or the rating. So just shows it's one of her favorite events. In fact, she's won 7 gold medals, the highest ever by any player in the Women's Grand Prix from 2009 until 2023. So definitely one of her favorite events, and I think she might have to start winning games now, because she just started with 1-2. That is with 2 draws, both with the black pieces though, so that would be good. And finally, Humpy has white in her game, and as we see photographers clicking some photos and plenty of live audience in the chat. I mean, of course, in the chat as well as on site here in Pune. So if you want to visit the tournament hall, feel free to do. You just have to register with the organizer, the Maharashtra Chess Association, and then after that, you are welcome to join and have a look at the playing hall, look at the players live in action, and also maybe get a selfie, get an autograph of your favorite player here with the 10 of the top women players of the world playing here. So I think we have just about a couple of minutes before kickoff, and we're waiting the uh, grand ceremonial opening move. And I think that's on board 3. That's on the Humpy versus Divya board, if I'm not mistaken, or it's on Harika's board. So yeah, we will be maybe shifting our cameras to that board because that's where we'll have our chief guest inaugurate. And there we see, I think Harika is just entering the tournament hall, and it's Nurgir versus Harika. There we go. We'll see the pre-game handshake between two top players, and this is the board where we will have our opening ceremony. And with that, I'm joined in by National Master Sahil Tikku. Welcome, Sahil. What are your thoughts for day 3?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited about today because what important clashes we can see today, Rakesh, because we saw some firing chess yesterday. It started off with that quick victory from Divya. Then we saw a long grind, absolutely clinical grind from Zujaner. And I think, there's a law of balances in the universe, and maybe we'll see a bunch of results right in the middle today.
I'm hoping for that, Sahil, and I'm sure chat is hoping for that. And chat, do let us know, your favorite player out of any of these 10 players. Whom are you rooting for? Whose game should we watch today? Which is the most exciting clash for you? Sahil, our featured clash is youth versus experience, Humpy versus Divya for today.
Absolutely, and I think both leaders, it is Divya as well as Rosina. I think both these games will be very, very crucial. And I would say Divya having the black pieces against, one of the veterans of the game. I think at some point maybe Zuziner kind of could take that lead here. But of course, we cannot discount Divya. That's the last thing we can do after her flawless performance. And Rakesh, I even asked Divya, was it all prep? And I think we have the ceremonial move there first.
Yeah, I think we had the move e4 on the board. Yeah, no, d4, d5, I think. Yeah, there we go. And I think it's the C of the city group, I think. Mr. Deshpande there from the black pieces. We had Ashwin Trimal also from the white side, and a ma'am who made the ceremonial from white side. And Sahil, we will have liftoff very soon. So, which game do you want to stick to this or Humpy versus Divya?
I would say we should go through all the games one by one, but maybe we start with the leaders, the tournament leaders being Divya as well as Rujina one by one, and then we go through all the games.
Yeah, and there we go. C4, Sahil. The English opening by Humpy.
Very, very interesting. So, Rakesh, were you expecting this? Because I expected something very, very flashy with E4, but C4, very interesting.
And you see, Divya already having her first thing, which yesterday she did only after Vaishali blundered.
Yeah, and Divya has outplayed both her opponents so far in the opening. So clearly, Humpy taking a clue, kind of a hint from Divya's own preparation. And now Divya might not have expected C4, and now she will have to. Oh no, maybe you were wrong. Maybe she was just kind of recollecting her prep there.
Yeah, or players have a routine. We see Vidit Gujarati having a meditation routine or something. But yeah, I think but she was a little taken aback. Maybe this was not what she was expecting. But I think exciting event, Humpy maybe using the fact that let me play a nice solid positional opening rather than something more open or aggressive with E4.
I would say it's not even just Vidit. I think I have seen youngsters now meditating before the game.
Yeah.
The trends quickly catch on. But yeah, C4, knight F6, and knight F3 on the board. As of now, Humpy seems to be moving a bit faster. So maybe we'll have Divya finally facing her opponent's prep for once. And that'll be interesting to see how she can tackle that pressure, for being on the other side of the foot this time.
True. And that's the mark of a real champion. I mean, not just when you're prepared, but how you also play against a surprise there. And Sahil, if I was, I was 50-50 on move one, but now I'm definitely sure, Divya is, I would not say out of prep, but she's surprised. Yeah. She's actually remembering, okay, which line should I play? I think we can maybe switch to another angle for the players and just shows Divya has not yet made her second move, Sahib.
Very interesting. This is the moment where you would love to kind of see what openings Divya has played in the past. But what are you expecting here? E6, G6. Which structure do you expect, Rakesh?
I think she'll go for E6. That's my thinking. And what she's thinking? What games have I played in the recent past that Humpy and her team have prepared against?
Yeah.
And she's trying to, counter that already in her mind. So I think she is thinking about the structure which she should take and just trying to negate Humpy's opening prep here.
I met Divya, she was going for dinner yesterday and I asked her, was it all prep yesterday? Because it was so stunning. And she said, no, actually, my prep ran out at Bishop G4 itself. So she actually did not know all those moves and she found them all over the board. So if that is the case, then of course, I expect her to play amazing chess today as well. But, she has the star of Indian chess, Humpy, in front of her. So that will not be easy.
Yeah, I think I was just checking some facts, and in fact, Humpy, played for Indian women's team at the Olympiad, and also was a grandmaster before Divya was born.
Wow!
So that just shows the longevity of Humpy, and also Divya must have grown up looking at keeping Humpy as an idol there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Divya thinks, maybe we should have a look at the game of the other leader, Rakesh, meanwhile, because what's happening there? We have a few moves there.
So let's go to Zujina versus Salome.
And E4 on the board.
Sicilian there. Always nice. Now the Rosolimo variation of the Sicilian there. And G6. Pretty common theory. Bishop G7. Pawn to D3. White wants to, give up this bishop for the knight so that there is a double pawn there. And white is going to try and play against that weakness on the left side of the board. And there you go. White is already thinking now.
Rakesh, I have a question. So many people prefer dynamism in their position, maybe the two bishops and attacking chances. Some people prefer that solid structure. This is what he's trying to do. Take on c6, double those pawns, and maybe that c5 pawn will be a weakness long term. So which side of this battle would you prefer to be, white or black?
I think I would like to take the black pieces here because even though I have the double pawn, I'll get the bishop pair. So with the bishop pair, I can create some counterplay. Of course, I have a double pawn or a weakness, but if I capture with the b pawn, which is this one, then I get this open file as well, and then I have my bishop working down here. So a little bit, a lot of arrows there, but overall, there are some there is some compensation for my double pawn there.
Absolutely. And as we've looked at the first few moves of both the leaders, maybe we can set up a poll there. Who will take lead after round 3? A could be, Divya, B could be Zuj, C could be somebody else.
Yeah.
And Rakesh, if you had to make that prediction, if you had to really, be serious about it, so what do you expect?
So at the end of day 3,
Yes,
I think we'll have Zujiner in the lead. Is what I think.
Wow, I kind of agree. I think it does look like she has the white pieces and she seems to be moving very quickly. Look at the time situation. It's 1 hour 32 minutes. She's gained time on the clock. So again, she seems to be in her prep and things are looking great for her.
Yeah, and you can see black already in a think here, like a first long thing of the game. And, just the way Zujiner has been playing in the first 2 games, it's just super, super strong. There.
And the best part is she will gain that time early and then utilize that time. Sometimes what players would do, they would take that time home. It doesn't carry forward to the next round, unfortunately. And she definitely uses every single second later. So her opponent has to be careful. Yeah, you cannot let the time slip too far away.
True, and we saw her putting pressure on the clock yesterday. And that is what makes a big difference in time pressure. We see so many games swinging there.
Yeah. And these 2 games will be very, very crucial. But maybe it's time to check out just the initial few moves, the vibe of all the other games as well. Let's start with maybe the game of Alina against Munguntul once, because I can see there's a knight on h5. And when I see a pawn move to g5, I'm very excited about that position.
We start off with the queen's pawn opening and then the Slav defense. Knight f3, knight f pretty standard.
Yeah.
c3, pawn to e6, the semi-Slav. And then, whoa. Bishop g3, knight h5, black wanting to get rid of this, wasting an extra move just so that this, I know it's not the London, but this is known as the London bishop.
Yeah.
Just to get rid of that.
And Rakesh, playing that move g5, you've not castled. Already white has the pawn on c4, so queenside castling is not clear. It requires some immense understanding of the position to push that pawn. I think only 2 kinds of players can play g5 here. One who are absolute amateurs and one who are absolute experts, because in the middle you would really, really be scared of playing this, opening up your king like that. And of course, the knight takes on g3, my rook's file opens up. So it's a very, very double-edged way to play. But of course, the bishop on f8 that will sit on g7 defends that h6 pawn and really lends that stability to black's position.
And Sahil, you're bang on. That's exactly what happened with knight g3, edge g3. You see now the rook eyeing this pawn. You say, you should keep your king safe, but here the king is actually unsafe because it's an open file, but the bishop protects the pawn. And I think in spite of that, black is ready to short castle, because you mentioned either an expert or a noob would play this. But look at the time for Munguntul, 1 hour 33 and 41 seconds. So I think she's very well prepared here.
Rakesh, the surprising part is maybe black is ready to castle kingside, but white has made no such commitment. And the best move here is actually castling queenside.
Wow.
If that happens, is the most common move in the position. Rakesh, what happens when kings decide to go opposite side of the board?
So, when I was growing up and learning the fundamentals of chess, my coach used to tell me, opposite side castling is kind of like a war situation where you just throw everything. Like opener files don't care about pieces or pawns. Opening lines quicker will allow your heavy piece, like sacrifice your minor pieces
Yeah.
to allow your heavy pieces to enter the game and deliver checkmate. And I'm pretty sure Kashlinskaya is thinking about this. Can we go full screen on the players and just see their body language?
Rakesh, I'm really sorry, Mr. Producer. At some point, we'll have to go to that previous scene because the camera angles.
Yeah.
White is wearing white clothes, black is wearing black, and we both also wearing white and black.
So yeah, that's a great observation there, Sahil. And I think Alina is long castle on the board, Sahil.
Wow. So we are going to see some ferocious chess. It will be amazing. And we can see the king has gone to c1. The black king likely to go to g7. The h file is opened up. I mean, this is going to be fire on the board.
Sahil, if I ask you an early prediction for that. For this game.
I think I can see black has more time on the clock. So that kind of, tilts my prediction a little bit. But if I had to choose, I ignore the clock for now. I'm going to choose the white pieces. I love that my h file is open.
Wait, what about, and I just, one thing I've really loved about the event so far is the fighting chess. All the top 10 women players have been playing. This is maybe something you might not see at the very highest level in the open section because their openings are so strong and nobody gives a slight advantage also.
Yeah.
But this is so nice, just love the fighting spirit and opposite side castle and already on move 11 side.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rakesh, did you plan this out? Like black clothes and black pieces and white and white clothes? This just happened randomly, but glad to see the unity there between the players and the commentators. But as of now, Rakesh, I have an important question. Where does that bishop on f1 go? Because, if I play bishop d3, I can expect maybe dc4, b5, and all of that stuff happening. And do I just ignore that bishop? Am I planning e4? Let's say black does castle here. What's my next move? Is it e4, g4, just king d1? It's very confusing as to how white can really attack here.
Yeah, I think even if you play short castle, king b1 is the best move in the position, already been played twice. But it's just nice to get the king out of the way. And we have a move, Sahil. Knight bd7.
Oh,
Queen e7.
Queen e7. That is very interesting. So, is this prep, Rakesh, or is this hesitation from black to go to the king side? Because both these things could really matter.
I mean, I don't think it's hesitation. It definitely looks like prep, especially if you're 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock. Yesterday, was a rare occasion where we saw Vaishali, making the move quickly, and then that was bad for her. But yeah, this is definitely prep, and I see, Sahil, there are 17 games already in this position.
So, and I'm going to make a guess. What is the best move? I really like King B1, Rakesh, because I think King B1 is just kind of saying, okay, I've seen your queen on E7. I still want to wait and see you castle kingside before I do anything fancy, because you've not committed your king yet. I don't have a fixed target. It's a moving target. Let me put King B1. I'm moving my king away, and then I decide what to do.
Yeah, it's like a nice waiting move also. No, I want to put the ball in your court and say, hey, what are you going to do? Yeah. So King B1 also gets away from the file, and we've been trying to, hide some trades or some C5 idea in the opening. So White's idea of playing King B1 is after you play Rook C8, I don't want to then play King B1. So let me just invest in prophylaxis and play King B1 right now.
Absolutely. So this game looks exciting. We will definitely come back to this pretty soon. Maybe we can head off to the game of Nurgul against Harika once. Would love to see. We have a Catalan there, Rakesh. The old tried and tested. Absolutely solid opening for both sides. And can we go to the initial moves?
Yeah. So you're pretty standard now. We saw C6 in the previous game, and now we have E6, and that allows Salimova to play G3, which is the Catalan opening and one of the favorites of the Indian men team coach Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, who has a very famous who was a very famous chessable course on this as well. So do check that out if you play this opening. And I think Harika is also a big opening expert and plays the Catalan from the white side as well. So I'm pretty sure it must be tough for her facing an opening which she plays from the white side.
Absolutely. I think there are two kinds of players who love this because they understand it well, and some people who don't like to face it because that's their choice. So knowing Harika's experience, I think she will tend to be on the latter one, and this should look comfortable. And the time situation also pretty balanced for
Yeah, looks pretty balanced. I think Nurgul has left the board. So Harika thinking and just, trying to figure out her best setup, and she plays knight to b7. That's I think pretty much the opening theory here, and lots of games. 700 different games, 9 different options for white.
yeah.
So I think it's pretty much the opening stage, and maybe we can have a look later
Yeah.
once we have a more interesting position.
And just to add here, it's 100% accuracy for both players. So
Wow.
they are still in the book.
Yeah.
They're kind of replaying what they've seen earlier. So we'll come back to this game soon. And maybe it's time for the game of Vaishali against Polina, Rakesh.
Oh, yeah. Sahil, firstly, I want to ask you you have some experience in losing games, but if you lose a game,
Okay. Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. Yeah.
if you have a tough loss like how Vaishali did, like how do you recover from that?
I think the one that really tires you is the loss that happened yesterday for Munguntul. I think it's
The
really,
long,
yeah, it really completely exhausts you. You don't want to even look at the board now, practice. I think Vaishali, it was an opening slip up. It's a simple lesson, kind of taking that pause when your prep runs out, and you kind of say, okay, I made an opening prep mistake, and I kind of, even Divya mentioned in an interview, right? Like maybe she had a wrong move order somewhere. So you kind of take that lesson and move forward. I think it might be easier, let's say, for Vaishali to digest that loss. And she had time to recover, relax. And of course, I'm sure Prag had a few words of wisdom to share at some point, and that will definitely help. And I think she has the white pieces today, and she has a great chance to strike.
so let's say, the mark of a real champion like Vaishali is, what things happened yesterday. She is back at it today and playing one of the most, attacking openings out there, with starting out with pawn to e4, and now she plays the 4 knight variation of the Italian. And look at this, look at her clock time. It's not like yesterday, things happened, but now again, if she knows the opening, she's playing pretty fast. And after knight to c3, we see an interesting temporary sacrifice by black with knight takes e4, allowing you to take, and you're temporarily a piece up, but black plays pawn to d5, which hits both the bishop and the knight. And I think it makes sense to keep your bishop, because your bishop is the more active and the better piece.
But it's interesting that Vaishali played very quickly. She expected this knight takes c4, so that's very nice. And black is the one who's really in deep thought, only 12 minutes down on the clock. And after bishop takes e4, white does have the bishop pair. So, and the best part is this line seems to be forcing bishop d6, and now white can castle. So it is possible that Vaishali's prep might run deep here.
Yeah, and after bishop d6, she's already played d4, Sahil.
Oh, wow.
It just shows Vaishali's prep is amazing. And that is what, you see her confidence. Even though, things happened yesterday, she believes in her prep. And I think she was maybe taken aback yesterday, but today she's back at it. And Polina tried to, surprise Vaishali, but Vaishali pulled the Uno reverse card. And now it's Polina actually who is surprised, and in some, it is out of opening, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. And Rakesh, I've seen cases where players would kind of take more time when they're very well prepared, but this doesn't seem to be one of those occasions. And I think Polina needs to come out of the opening unscathed. So we'll come back to this game. Very, very interesting position, yeah?
Yeah, and just before we jump, do we have a angle of the players as well? Just to see how they're sitting. Yeah. Dude, Vaishali is locked in. Like yesterday happened, whatever happened, today I'm not going to slip up.
You could burst firecrackers next to her, she would not notice. So I think Vaishali is zoned in after that game yesterday, and she will put a lot of pressure on black here. So do we have that angle where we can see all the bows at one glance? That would be fun to see.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. Have we checked all the games?
I think so. We've had a brief look at all the 5 games, and there it is, Rakesh. We don't have any game where one side is suddenly winning, but we've just started. So we will see the bar move in one side's favor pretty soon in many of those games. I see the one on the left with the double pawn. We already have that dynamic structure. We can see imbalances in almost every game. The open h5 somewhere. We have h5 on the board.
Exactly. I think that's what I was, looking at that board. Humpy versus Divya's board, and I think we should jump into that. But overall, Sal, before we go there, this is my favorite part of the day, where we make some predictions. So 5 Very, very interesting games. How many decisive games will we see? And chat, you could also tell us before Sahil answers.
Make your prediction right now. Stamp that in of authority. You can boast to your friends later. I have predicted this, and now I should buy a lottery ticket, whatever it is. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say Rakesh, because we had those. I've seen kind of in all these events. Day one is very exciting, a lot of results.
Yeah,
Day
four.
two it stabilizes a little bit.
Two results.
And then out of one of these days, day three or day four, all hell breaks loose. So I am going to say we might see four results. I'll stick to my prediction from yesterday. I don't know which four games those will be, but I think all five as of now seem like potential results.
Yeah, we could have all five results, but that would be very unlikely. And I think I'll predict three decisive games, and you're predicting four. So, chat, do let us know your comments as well. How many games we will see end decisively? And Sahil, without further ado, let's jump into that game where H5 has been played.
Absolutely, what a crazy
Humpy
game
versus Divya, please.
What a crazy game, yeah. I mean, H5, let's go to the moves. I think we left it way back.
Yeah.
Would love to kind of see.
We left it on move 2, in fact.
Yeah, I think Divya had a long thing there. So this is pretty obvious. Maybe it was her prep. Maybe this is not something she has seen recently.
Yeah.
Seen a while back. She was trying to remember it, and that's pretty much it.
And I think she played it after a 4.5 minute think that Divya thought, okay, let's not go E6 or G6.
Yeah.
So she goes in for the symmetrical variation. And Sahil, I think we have an update here that because this is a women's Grand Prix, yes, sure. But we have a new women's world champion, Sahil.
Absolutely. There could be nothing more motivating for all the players, just before the round, realizing we have a new world champion. It's Wenjunju again.
Yeah.
I mean,
fifth title for Ju Wenju.
Wow. So, one of these players could be the ones to challenge her, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And in fact, what I'm going to do today is just try and get like a 5-10 second bite from every player after their games. Like just a wish or a message that you want to send to Ju Wenju. It can be the normal congrats or the one where
upcoming.
Exactly. Can we go full screen, please, on the players?
Yeah, we can. I think I love this tournament hall view as well. I've still not seen it. I'm going to check it out today, 100%. But as of now, we can see Divya zoned in. I think you can see the board as well. Can we move through the moves, Rakesh? Would love to see the current position. Divya absolutely focused right now.
As you can see, it's pretty symmetrical.
Yeah.
So black is like playing the copycat defense. G3, G6, still copycat. Bishop G2, and finally, Divya challenges white center with D5. And looking at the clock times, I think Humpy looks very, very well prepared.
Yeah.
CD5, knight takes D5. And now, Sahil, H4. What do you make of this move?
So this is very, very interesting. H4, the third most popular move in this position. And it seems like white has a decent record compared to the other variations here. And now after H4, black is stuck because you basically want to castle kingside. That's where king would be safe. But white has not really revealed her intentions. It's not clear whether the king will go kingside, queenside. And after H4, bishop G7, H5, you're kind of asking the question, are you really going to castle kingside? So black, it might be prudent to kind of not commit your king that early, because I can imagine, the pawn moving to D3, bishop H6, queen D2. I know these are basic moves and black will have a counter to those, but at the end, you don't like your king on G8 when there's a pawn on H5.
Absolutely. And Humpy is making this very, very smart move, putting the ball in Divya's court and saying, what are you going to do? Are you going to castle? Or, if you castle long, then already I can see there's a semi-open file on the C file. So things are tricky, for Divya, because if let's do a random move where she castles short.
Let's castle short. And now suddenly I think I would even just maybe not even castle quickly. I might even just play something else. Maybe edge G6 looks very interesting. Then you have knight G5 ideas. I would even consider like moving the pawn to D3, bishop coming out. And even what, Alpha 0 has taught us, in all these years, pawn to H6 could be a possibility in all endgames. This pawn is a thorn in black's camp. And, it's very difficult to handle and your king gets stuck sometimes. So multiple options available for white here. And Divya, if she's not seen this recently, she has to calculate all of this at the board. I think that's the biggest challenge.
And like Sal, you mentioned this Alpha 0 idea We saw this in I think Munguntul versus Salome in the first game where White had a pass pawn, I mean a pawn on a5, a6, and that pawn ended up being the winner. And here you can see Black's king is always in a back rank threat, and all end games are bad because let's say the king comes out in the end game, White will always have moves like knight g5, knight at 6 winning up at 7 winning a pawn,
Yeah.
and then this pawn is just 2 squares away from queening.
Yeah.
So very tricky decision, and of course Humpy can just keep it like this, like always. Like they say, the threat is greater than execution. So at g6 or at 6, you have to be alert. And one good news for Divya would be she faced the same h4 idea in the London against Salimova in round 1 of this tournament.
Yeah.
So I mean that is a good memory to have. So
I would say the H pawn is back for its revenge, Rakesh. The revenge of the H pawn could be the title of this game at some point if it goes south. But as of now, I think Divya is very comfortable. She's 2 out of 2. She's confident. She's well prepared. She's a team who's helping her out. So I think she has no reason to worry. This is the moment she calculates everything, tries to figure it out. And I'm pretty sure she's seen this sometime before. It will be surprising to have not seen this. And she is trying to recollect all of that right now.
Yeah, and another good thing for Divya is because this is like a very super strong tournament, there's a good chance for her to also get one of her grandmaster norms here. And depending on her opponent's average, she might need somewhere around 6.5 points out of 9. And this tournament meets the requirements of the federations and 3 grandmasters which she has to play. And there are as many playing. So, might not be Grand Prix points at stake, but definitely that is important as well in her career.
I think for somebody like Divya, who I'm pretty sure wants to be the best in the world, I think every game is important, and she really wants to rise up the ranks. She's already touched 2,500 before, so I think it's only a matter of time when she really, becomes like one of the strongest in the world. She already is, I would say, and this game might be a testament to that. And Humpy coming back at the seat. And okay, so when you are well prepared, let's say you've kind of analyzed all these moves at home, your opponent's taking a deep think, what do you do? Do you kind of let your mind relax, not really, input that much energy and save it for later? Or do you kind of keep recollecting, what my opponent could do, what were the lines? Because sometimes what happens is, when your opponent has been really fighting for his life for 20 moves, you've kind of just played out the moves. And if your opponent defends that position, they are more tuned into that moment and calculation. They can sometimes outplay you even with less time. So what's your take there?
That's a great question, Sahil. I like myself as a player, I love to roam and just, chill around once I'm in the tournament hall and my prep has worked. And I just, try to let the opponent think. And I've noticed one thing, at least in my career, that once I'm not at the board, my opponent usually takes longer than usual. For example, if they were going to play in 5 moves, and if I'm not at the board, they play it in 10 moves. They just feel they have a little bit more time. And then I, of course, at my level, I try to do what Zujiner does there. Then I try to put them under the time pressure and try to get some mistakes out of them. And we saw even Humpy ma'am was just walking around, just came in and has taken a seat now. And she's just trying to see what Divya is playing, and she has played something.
She has played the best move in the position. One of the best moves.
Wow.
Bishop coming out to f5, not committing her king. Very, very important. And by the way, this is the most common move played. So still not clear whether this is prep or she's found it over the board. But regardless, she's gotten the job done for now. Bishop comes to f5. And now White has to take a call. Because about the h pawn, do you push it to h6? Do you take on g6? Do you kind of let it be there, but then what piece do you play? Because at the end, you don't want a castle and have the pawn on h5. It would not solve the purpose. If you play something like, d3, for example, it's not really in the split of position.
Yeah, you lose critically also.
Yeah, and then if not d3...
Let's just show it to the chat. Yeah. So, of course, h5 and g6 is our move. Let's say you want to develop this bishop out and you play pawn to d3. Then Sahil, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, and bishop takes c3. Maybe, this might also work in some way, because bishop d2, you capture the rook in the corner, White recaptures, then your queen is suddenly active and hitting the rook in the corner. And if black castles, then, I have this pawn to h6.
Or bishop h6 as well.
Checkmate, or, bishop to h6. So definitely a blunder, but...
Yeah, this is the kind of chess I play, right? Hopeful chess. So I think this is not what these guys will do. And as of now, Humpy needs to come up with
So if
into move.
not D3, you're actually right. Like what does white do here?
So you can't push the B pawn or the D pawn. And if you push the E pawn, for example, then you're leaving a hole on D3. I can imagine one of the knights coming to B4 and then D3, and you would be literally lost after one move. So
Yeah, just knight here and oops.
yeah, the arrows are difficult, Rakesh. I know the White King is trembling with fear, and so are our hands with that position. So I think it's very difficult for White to play this. And as of now, I would say she has to take a decision with the H pawn, I feel. So maybe it's H6, maybe it takes, and then you decide what to do. Before that, I think it's not easy to commit any of your other pieces. They are already well advanced.
Yeah, and Sahil, look at Divya's pose. That just shows, she was trying to recollect something.
Yeah.
Maybe she has some prep somewhere, but interesting to note that she took 12 and a half minutes before playing Bishop F5. So we will actually have a chat with her after the game. But Sahil, if you had to vote, is it recollection or was she just calculating in like Nakamura style?
No, I think it was recollection because I think 12 minutes sometimes might not be enough. And also, how well Divya has prepared in the first two rounds, I don't think she'll be out of prep on move 7 or 8. So I think most likely prep, but something she's looked at way back.
And Sahil, if chat has seen yesterday's interview of Divya, she mentioned that she was very lucky that she saw the same line 5 minutes before she came to the playing hall. Like the line that happened yesterday. So you're very lucky that way. And in fact, she was quite lucky with the opening yesterday. And today, let's see if she manages to remember. Maybe this is an idea which she has seen like 6 months ago. And she's trying to remember that.
The interesting part is now Humpy is also thinking. So she played these moves very quickly. And now she's thinking, okay, so that's very interesting. So do you feel like maybe whichever 5 she was not expecting, like Divya will find it, or what's the
I'm not
case?
sure because like we saw, that's the best move in the position. So I'm actually surprised to see a Humpy thing because there are about 28 games already played in this position.
Yeah, I expect Humpy to play the move in the next couple of minutes because it does feel like her preparation. We can see the Bisleri bottles behind. Would love to have a sip as well okay, soon. But the game, would you say this is likely a result or a draw?
I think looking at the start with the H4, H5 idea, we might have a decisive game in this one. And Sahil, I just want to tell a fun fact to our viewers that this is the first ever game, a classical game between Humpy and Divya, where Humpy is playing the white pieces.
Wow.
And this is overall just the second classical game ever.
Wow.
So they've played a couple of rapid blitz games here and there, but yeah, just shows that how fast Divya is rising in the last couple of years.
It's one of many to come, very, very likely. Both players have really got India so many laurels. I mean, it's you can't put them on a list. It's so many. And literally last year, the World Rapid Champion and the Olympiad, and now they're kind of facing each other again. We had that dynamic yesterday as well between Divya and Vaishali. So very, very interesting.
I think Humpy might take up a bit of time, so it would be a nice time to go to our bird's eye view, Sahil, to pick. And I'll let you pick this time because I was excited with H5 and I'll let you choose our next game.
Absolutely. So I can see there's a knight on H6 in one game. That looks interesting. I can see the king side, queen side castling. That's also interesting. I can see the Catalan bishop A6. I can see, Vaishali is also castled. There's a pawn on D4. The E file is still open. And if you castle the bishop, so every game looks very, very tempting.
So we can maybe tell chat to, suggest us a game.
And they will tell us 15 minutes later. So 15 minutes we can chill.
yeah, but I mean, we could still tell them. Games might not be over in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Let us know which games sound the most exciting to you. As of now, maybe I would love to check out the game between Alina and Munguntul because I like the opposite side castling.
Let's jump into that one. Sahil, your move King B1 was played.
And now G4 from black. So even expanding more on the king side, knight to H4. The knight, I think, is settled on H4. He's like settled for life. It doesn't need any,
Yeah, I think we left the game here.
yeah,
So King B1 was played. G4. In fact, Black invited the White Knight to H4.
yeah.
And you were saying, the knight is going to stay there forever.
Yeah, it's never moving. It can't move, has no option, and will pretend that is on a good
Yeah,
square.
here if it goes, I mean, it goes out of the board, and here you can't go and capture your own pawn. So what is the knight doing on H4 side?
I think it's a staying there. It's really making Black's problems much more problematic, because you can't push the F pawn now, you can't push the E pawn now, and if you castle king side, which Black does on the next move,
Wow.
then you kind of see how the knight is it can be utilized with some sacrifices as well, but not immediately, of course. As of now, White has to make a critical choice. Do I develop the bishop? Do I play the pawn out to E4? Because if you do play E4, you exchange the central pawn for your pawn on E3, but then the bishop on G7 opens up, putting pressure on D4. Do you play F3 maybe, trying to open up these files, open up the G file at some point? And this knight, I think, will basically decide the game, because if this knight is strong, White has an edge. If this knight is kind of blocking the rook, then Black will have time to attack on the queen side.
Yeah, knight looking at these two squares now against the Black king, which might be weak. And so like I mentioned, this is opposite side castling, so it's like a war situation. That's why I would personally love to play the pawn to F3. And I'll just tell you the idea. So let's say I push the pawn to F3. Firstly, now you are in a problem. If you play H5, I can just capture, and now somewhere on the line, this queen at 7 is a checkmate.
This looks lost. This
Yeah,
looks
so you can't
absolutely
go
lost.
here.
Yeah.
If you go pawn to F5, let's say, to support the pawn, you want to keep the pawn locked in, then I just go simply, now the knight comes in, hitting the rook, hitting the queen, and I win material. So, and then let's say for F3, you say, okay, I can't defend it, let me take the pawn. Pawn takes pawn. Now suddenly I take back with this pawn. Now see, the queen has also opened up this nice rank
Yeah.
access and going on to the open semi-open H file. And also now the bishop can come in from this diagonal. The knight also has a square which it can drop down to. So I think overall that's because of these reasons. I think I love F3.
The only question is, Black has more time on the clock by a significant margin. So that's the only thing that really complicates the position in my head. Is it all still preparation? Majority of it has to be.
Yeah.
He's only used up a couple of minutes, not even that completely. So that's the interesting part. And you're already in a completely new position. So this is, I think that G4 move was the likely the new move there. So very, very interesting play. And now F3 might really sharpen matters. And Rakesh, if F3 does happen, I think I do have to just allow you to grab on G4 and focus on my queen side play. So I'm going to wonder if I can just kind of take on C4 or just go B5 or something like that, trying to open the queen side there, because I simply don't have time to play on the king side.
Yeah, I mean,
you see how the bar went down. So FG4 maybe not the best move there.
and the point is, you can see these triple pawns, which aren't that good. So maybe I just go bishop C4 after you take.
Yeah. Maybe D takes C4, bishop takes C4, and then Black has to choose, maybe B5. And very, very interesting position, because Black will also be attacking.
B5 and drop back.
Yeah. And now who's better? I mean, we can't really, because at the end, White seems to have a great position. But how do you land the final finishing blow? The bishop on G7 doesn't have a counterpart. You cannot capture it until that bishop sits on G7. You would love to swap the queen and bishop and say, okay, that would be amazing. But that doesn't exist yet in chess. So I think as of now, White's attack isn't absolutely clear. The bar says slightly better for White. We just played a random move. And even now, it's not obvious how White will attack. But and Black looks prepared. That's the main point.
Yeah, I think 1 hour 28 minutes is huge, Sahil. And but I mean, I think I, as a neutral fan, and just as even our viewers would be just enjoying this opposite side castling. And I think this is another game where I expect a decisive result, Sahil.
100%. I will be shocked if this ends in a draw. Because at the end, there's so many imbalances, and Black cannot sit tight. She has to attack on the queen side, and White then is stuck. I have castle queen side, Black is attacking. I also have to find ways to attack. So this will be an exciting game.
It's too late to go back. now.
Yeah.
You have to go all in.
The train has left the station and it will not stop until its destination. So let's see what happens here. Very, very interesting game. And let's check out the next game maybe.
And before that, Sahil, do we have some comments in the chat about the decisive results or just any favorite games that players there?
So some people are predicting 4 results. So
Like you.
Yeah, there's one guy who's predicted 10 times. So I will count that as 10.
10 results then.
10 results there. So I'm going to say I'm still backing my 4 result theory here.
And looking at the games, it's a high chance, Sahil, dude.
Absolutely. And if we can head off to the Vaishali against Polina game, we saw Bishop D6 last from black, right? So that was the defense. You kind of want to castle quickly. Vaishali played pawn to D4, pawn takes D4, and now castles from white, not trying to grab the pawn instantly. And now black also castles, and the bishop steps out to G5. So you see that extra pawn for black, but you see that development for white. And now black has to make a choice. Does she play Queen E8, which would allow Rook E1? And you can see how there's a huge threat of Bishop H7 and winning the queen. So
Let's show that to our viewers.
yeah, of course, Queen E8.
Queen E8, and then you don't still capture the pawn. You go for development with Rook E1. And let's say I just play a random. I try to develop my position.
And now suddenly you can see the rook and the queen opposite each other, and the bishop H7 tactic would win the queen on E8. So you have to be on point. So no, Queen E8 is uncomfortable for sure, and there's no good square from the E8 for the queen to go to. Now you could play Queen D7, but that blocks the bishop, right? So your bishop on C8 is asking, why am I getting paid for this game? I have no job remaining. So that's not really what the bishop is meant for. And now the final option is F6. And clearly somewhere Agad Mator and Ben Feingold have stopped watching the stream because never push F6. I think this
never does the F pawn.
F pawn, yeah, and Sahaj Govar as well. So I think clearly this is very, very difficult, and that's the problem here, right? For black to kind of decide and force black to make these difficult choices, and she has to come up with the correct moves.
Yeah, and you were telling me about so many of these good ideas and look at the development, look at the activity. But Sahil, look at one more thing. Look at the clock timing.
Wow.
Vaishali has more time than the game started with.
And 56 minutes for Paulina. That means she's definitely out of prep.
Yeah.
And she has a difficult choice yet to make. And she took 12 and a half minutes for her previous move. And if that was a difficult choice, I'm guessing this is an even more difficult choice to make. And she will have to come up with the Queen D7 or Queen E8 or something like that. You don't want to play Bishop E7. You kind of move the same piece twice. That's a beginner's mistake. So you have to move the queen somewhere or push the F pawn. Neither looks convincing.
Yeah, and just one game, Sahil, in this position has happened. That too back in 1989 with F6, and after a few moves, white was in a commanding position and went on to win the game. Do you think that's going to be like some prep by Vaishali, because she definitely has so much time?
100% prep. There's no doubt this is all prep. And by the way, somebody, Madhav Deshmukh from the chat asking, can I watch this event in Pune? Where to get the tickets? I'm in Pune.
Oh, that's a great question. So, Madhav, you are welcome to the Phone Hotel in Amanora town. So, you can just register with the local organizers, the Maharashtra Chess Association, and you can come for free. There are no tickets. So, you're welcome to join in. And you can watch the players, try to get a photo or an autograph. And welcome everyone in Pune, everyone in India. If you want to make a visit here, feel free, and even maybe come say hi to us as well.
Absolutely. And as of now, difficult choice.
Bishop E7.
Oh, Bishop E7. She played that move. So I was just saying, Bishop E7 is not a move you want to play, but that was the difficult choice she was facing. And Rakesh, now I think the moves come simple for white. Of course, you want to take on E7. And let's say black, which piece of black take it? Because queen takes again has that
same problem. Idea.
And you do not want to go there. So knight takes E7. So you've moved the bishop
and
twice.
She plays it. I think, she is still in prep.
Absolutely still in prep. And now knight takes. So you have undeveloped the bishop by one square. You have undeveloped the knight a little bit. Of course, this move is still okay. But at the end, white should be slightly better after queen takes D4 or knight takes D4. Both moves.
Let's just wait and see how she's recapturing and if we can get another angle of the board. Because, if Paulina takes with the queen more than Rook E1, Sahil, there's a big problem if I take this.
Yeah.
You recapture. And then I just capture this, and now look at these pawns. on the queen side. Your bishop has no good diagonal or no good square, and uh, it's a very pleasant middle game and end game for white.
I agree. And look at, I mean, the problem is there's not even some great task for the bishop to do on c8, you know.
Exactly.
So I think white can easily steamroll black in that end game, but of course, it will still be tough. And as of now, black making that choice: do I take with the knight? Do I take with the queen? And if we do take with the knight, avoiding that, you know, let's say a double pawn there. So now there's a choice for white. So the pawn structure is symmetrical. That really gives black that solid vibe, right? So I think black potentially could hold this. And if you really want to push as white, Rakesh, which piece do you take with? Do you want to keep queens on the board, or do you want to exchange queens and go to the endgame?
So I was going to ask you the same question, but like, according to my style, I'm an attacking player. I would love to have queens on the board, so I would take knight into d4 here. Just ensuring I have that much more extra, uh, extra time to decide the game. Whereas if you play queen d4, like an endgame expert would love to go into this ending with the better development.
Oh, she takes the queen. She takes the
Oh
queen.
no, that's great news for Vaishali.
Yeah.
If you are a Vaishali fan, that's great news.
So now queen takes e7 is definitely a slight mistake, I feel. Maybe she feels comfortable with the structure. But now, Rakesh, let's look at both moves. So first of all, if we were to play rook e1, because the idea is simple: bishop at 7 check. This is what I might play in a blitz game just to kind of set up that threat and need my opponent misses it. What is black's best defense to kind of negate the threat and also avoid bishop c6?
So I think you're right. I just play queen to c6 and I kill two birds with one stone. Because if you capture here, I can recapture and also got out of this risky diagonal, risky file.
And also defends d4, by the way. So, you
Correct.
know,
So
it makes
multi-purpose move.
it makes that task very difficult. So that is very clear. So after queen takes c7, it feels like bishop takes c6 is the only way for white to put pressure on black. She has to find it. I would even say doesn't have to find it. She's actually seen it at home.
Yeah, she's just, I think, checking this. But, at her level, she's still in prep. I'm pretty sure Vaishali is going to fight bishop takes c6.
So she is taking that
Course,
knight.
there you go.
Can we go full screen for a moment? Would love to check if we can see the expressions of the players. Black is not at the board. Would love to see her expressions. How does she feel about that move? As of now, everything seeming normal. And Rakesh, now we have to go into depth. Why is this better for white? Because as of now, black is a pawn up. But the problem is we can grab the pawn on d4. And then black is left with these weaknesses, which can be heavily attacked by white.
Very true. And Sahil, now, in fact, white has three options. Can go rook e1, your idea of the previous move, like getting a free tempo. Queen takes d4, and as well as knight takes d4. And all three moves are like kind of similar, except knight d4 doesn't give you that big an advantage. But I think Vaishali might play rook e1 or queen d4, is my understanding. And the whole point is, white is currently a pawn down, but you recapture the pawn. Let's say queen d4. Now the whole game is going to be like these three pawns are weak. So white has two pawn islands, which is like a cluster of pawns. So just these three on one. This is one island and this is one island. Whereas black has 1, 2, and then 3. So 3 pawn islands versus 2 pawn islands, and every end game is going to be bad. A queen end game, a king and pawn end game, a bishop end game, bishop versus knight, or a rook end game. So that is the reason why Vaishali, has a very easy position. It's going to be a 2 results. I would say about 70% is a white win here, just practically, and 30% I would say is a draw.
You mentioned 3 pawn islands. Rakesh, if you were stuck on an island, which chester in the world would you have with you to give you the best chances of survival?
Oh, survival. I would choose Anish Giri for entertainment, just to keep me busy.
So maybe we might not survive, but at least we'll, go laughing.
Go down happily. Oh, that's a great question, actually, Sahil. And we will also be interested to see our chat's answers, because chat gets very creative in such questions. And queen d4 played, Sahil.
Yeah, that's a great move. I'll tell you, because knight d4, at some point that knight might get pinned with rook d8, and that was not the option when queen was on d8. So queen d4, very, very logical. And now you can pressure everything. So rook will come to e1, the rook will come to d1. And the only question is, what is going to happen with the bishop on c8? So will black try to exchange it for the knight? Will like c5, bishop b7? Will she put it on e6 just to keep out that solid square to block the e file? I'm very, very curious how black handles this. As of now, she looks very comfortable with the position. I think she was maybe surprised by the opening and now is kind of satisfied with what she has.
Yeah, I think it's also like she was surprised in the opening, but Polina took the choice of, okay, I'll just defend a slightly minus position throughout the game rather than just getting caught in some prep.
Very important moment for black right now. I think c5, gaining a tempo on the queen, potentially opening the bishop could be a good move. That's what I would definitely play. I love the bishop on the long diagonal, looking straight at the white king. That should offer some compensation. But of course, any rook endgame, any sort of endgame, you can see these pawns would be very, very weak. And that's because they cannot support each other. You need people in your team who support each other all the time. And these pawns are just kind of disjointed a little bit.
Very, very true. Unity is very important in a team, and that was shows because the pawns are disjointed. And I feel like there's going to be some endgame here, which we'll see white convert. That I just have a feeling about that side.
Yeah, and the time situation only helps that. So that is amazing. And I think basically white might be playing for two results here, Rakesh.
True, true. Like I said, there's very, very slim chance of black winning this game. And I think on that note, we might head into our first break for the day, and we'll be back on the other side. We'll let Polina think about this, and we'll get back into the games very soon. See you on the other side. We are back after the first break here on day three. Sahil, we have the wonderful bird's eye view. Which game looks most exciting to you?
All five. I think we have all five boards right now, and I can see that the Vaishali games bar is the highest for white, and Bishop F5 has been played. Can we have a quick look at that game first, and then we can move to maybe Divya's game with Knight on G5?
Yeah, and here I think Bishop C6, BC6, we were discussing just before the break, and Bishop coming out to F5, Sahil. And as we discussed, so simple for white, just rook E1, get the other rook more to the open files. Sometimes, just also make an escape square like H3, just highlighting the fact that even it's a great advice for viewers that make an escape for your king looking at your opponent's bishop. So because opponent is light squared bishop, you make a dark square escape square for your king. So it's just easy play. Like you said, I would love to take white in a blitz game.
The problem is, Rakesh, now the bishop has come to f5. Maybe the purpose the bishop had was a bit bigger. Be it on b7, be it on e6, the bishop on f5, the only task it has is to attack the c2 pawn as of now.
Sure.
Maybe the plan is to come to e4, but can you really utilize that with rook e1 incoming? So the bishop on f5 feels underutilized in my angle, I feel. And now the c2 pawn is surely hanging, but first of all, do you want to open the c file? That's the first question.
You might get one, but lose two pawns.
Lose two, exactly. And now even if I play a move like queen to c3, I've kind of, defended my pawn. I'm attacking your pawn now. So it's a very difficult choice. And I think Vaishali, I'm guessing this is where her prep runs out. She will have to take that deep think, come up with the best placement of her pieces. I'm guessing that's super, super important after bishop to f5, where you put the queen, where you put the... I think rook squares are pretty obvious, I think, where they want to go. But the queen square, the knight square will be super crucial here.
That's a great point. And in fact, once the knight comes into e5 or d4, it's also going to control a lot of those light squares, because as we know, knight controls the opposite color of the squares on which it is placed. So I think the white queen should be controlling, should be on the c4 square somehow, or the c3 square.
Yeah.
Knight comes into d4, both rooks in the center open files, and I think white is golden and I think I would love to play from the white side here.
Everybody would love to play the white side, Rakesh. Unfortunately, I don't get such positions as white. Usually I'm much worse here. But anyways, I think for now, things looking great for Vaishali. Maybe it's time to switch to the Humpy versus Divya game, because we've not looked at it. And Humpy was having that long think, right? And she did not really castle, did not play at 6, did not play at g6, but knight g5. The knight comes up the board and puts pressure on that weakened king side. Some pressure on f7, some pressure on h7, might be coupled with queen b3, putting more pressure on that f7 pawn. The queen could come out here. You can imagine knight moves, queen f7 could be some sort of a deadly attack there. And what's the idea really of knight g5 apart from all this? Is there some concrete plans, or is it just kind of activating the pieces?
I think it's activating pieces, and of course hitting d5, but queen b3 is a huge threat that white is actually threatening. And of course there's no pawn to e4 idea, because you have time to capture on c3. But it's also a move where white is not yet revealing what I'm going to do with the h5 pawn. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to go h6 or hg6, just keeping our options open. And after knight g5, what did Divya play?
Wow,
she's not on the board.
By the way, Humpy took 14.5 minutes to find knight g5, and Divya on her turn took 16.5 minutes to find the best move in the position, and that is knight d4. So white sets up some threats, attacks the knight on d5. Black says, you know what, I'm going to move that and give a threat of my own on c2 potentially. And surprise, surprise, if I'm a bit casual, Rakesh, I'm like, okay, maybe I want to play a pawn to a3 move or something. Not only do I have knight c2, I also have bishop c2, and the queen is trapped on d1.
Yeah, so actually I think more than knight c2, bishop c2 is the bigger threat in this position, because you have to watch out for that. And I think this is why we predicted this is going to be a result in this, because I'm pretty sure we are out of no, there is still a game. Wow, I thought we'll be out of book, But there is one game played in 2016 with an Indian grandmaster playing with the black pieces.
Wow.
But white went on to win that game, but d3 was played. And
Yeah.
Sahil, I think that's a very smart choice by Nisipian, who played d3 in that game in 2016 and also won, because I'm stopping knight c2 and bishop c2 both moves with d3, and I'm also opening up the diagonal for my bishop.
D3 looks very logical. Earlier, there was pressure on the knight on c3. That
Yeah.
has been released. So now d3, this is a move we wanted to play for a long while, opening the bishop and also blocking the bishop on f5 now. But, in that game, Rakesh, that you mentioned, you know what Black played? Black played knight to d4, setting up that threat yet again. So Black is like, I want that c2 square. That's mine.
Yeah, and this is what I think we are definitely going to have a result. So
Yeah.
it's either Humpy catches up to Divya, or Divya goes into maybe a sole lead at the end of 3 games.
That's a very good point. So, lead or not, I think we should also have a look at the game of Zujina. This is an important moment. We already have a scene where both players are taking a lot of time to calculate. So, let's check out that game. I think we've not seen it for a while, and we left it at the opening. Yeah, remember that with calculating structure versus dynamism, and d6 on the board, e5 by white takes, pawn takes, and Black has an extra pawn. But again, that similar problem we have seen. Yeah, double pawns. The bishop on g7 is blocked, and development comes in. The knight comes to h6. The knight comes to c4. f6 has to be played. Not something you want to play voluntarily unless you're forced. And now bishop e3, bishop e6, pawn to b3. Very important. Solidifying this knight. If bishop takes, then I can take with the b pawn as well. And now castles. Bishop takes c5. And now bishop to d5, queen e2, and knight to f7. So as of now, Rakesh, very, very complicated game, I would say. Which side are you on?
It's very common. We just have a move coming in knight d2. It's very smart by Zhu, because she wants to capture knight takes c4 if you capture with the bishop. And I'm suddenly also threatening moves like pawn to d4 if I want to hit the e7 square, e7 pawn. And I'm just keeping my options open. And I really like white's position, even though I'm missing the the double bishop pair. But your pawns on e5, e7 are doubled. Your bishop on g7 isn't doing that much right now. Knight of f7 is not that active. So overall, I think white. I would prefer white in this position.
But you set the bishop on g7, and that's a horrible piece. But as the Black King, who is the leader of the Black Army here,
Yeah.
It's like being a parent. One guy is in MIT, and one guy is sitting at home playing Xbox. But at the end, you have the strong bishop on d5. You're proud of the bishop on d5, and that kind of compensates a little bit for the bishop on g7. And as we can see, the bar is roughly in the middle. And this will be an intense battle because there's so many imbalances. As you said, the double pawn on the e file, how will that be utilized by either side? Where will the knight on f7 go? Super crucial. And I think this game will be a long, long grind from both players. And we already have enough evidence to say Zujina will not give up till the absolute last moment.
No way, absolutely not. I think she's playing the tail end, like the lowest rated player of this event. So when she got her pairings for the event, I'm pretty sure she and her team saw okay, she's playing with the white pieces against the lowest rated player. So this is a game where definitely Zhu expects herself to win and must have penciled in 1 point from this game. And another fun fact is. She is playing this because she wants to qualify into the women's candidate cycle so that she might challenge Ju and June for the ultimate dream, the women's world champion title. And Ju and June, firstly, congrats again on winning the title today, the women's world championship. But she beat, I think, Tan Zhongyi. Then she beat Li Tinji, and again Tan Zhongyi today. So it might be time. Zhu might be feeling, hey, I should be the next Chinese women player to challenge Ju and June for the title.
It's something that reminds me of the same dynamic that the Indian youngsters have. Gukesh becoming the world champion now. Prag, Arjun, all these youngsters kind of having those same ambitions. And I agree with you. I think it would be so inspiring for every Chinese player right now to have a 5-time champion. That's insane. And of course, as of now, this game is ripe. To give either player actually and a very, very important victory. So this game, as of now, Rakesh, 98.1 accuracy for white, 99.2 for black. So you will have to, really go deep into find half a mistake there, but you will not find it.
Yeah, and I think I picked white. Sahil, what would be your prediction for this game?
I think we'll see a result, and I'm going to predict a win for white as well. I agree with you. I think even though the bars is equal, it's difficult to navigate these e pawns. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to tackle these. And the bishop on c5 sits comfortably there, putting some pressure as well. Although, if there's a fan of the bishop on d5, I'm the biggest fan. Definitely get an autograph there at some point. But for now, I think I will choose white.
I agree. I agree. This looks great for white. And just according to tournament situation, white is definitely pressing.
Rakesh, we should head off quickly to the Alina against Muguntul game because we are going to see fireworks there
Wow.
as we predicted. This is where we left it. Black had castle and bishop e2. No f3 on the board. The bishop attacks the pawn on g4. So black had to make a choice, and black said, take the g4 pawn. I don't need it. I just need space and some open files on the queen side. So now white had to make a choice because b takes c4 is a huge threat, followed by rook b8 and then knight b6 and some pressure there. Queen could join in, on a3 after rook b8. So, she kind of grabbed the pawn on b5. C takes b5.
It's risky, Sahil, but just opening up a file against your own king.
Absolutely, she has no choice. I mean, it will be opened either way, and maybe c5 is something you might consider here, but then b4 is an option, e5 is an option, the a pawn is also rushing in, so there's no comfortable choice here, and at least he gets a pawn this way. Bishop kind of comes in the game, but then why bishop e2? Because the bishop kind of just moved and then came to b5, right? So that might be a problem for white. Rook b8. Rakesh, looking at this position, which side would you like to be? I think I can mind read you right now. It's possible.
I think now I would prefer the black pieces because you have this open C file, semi-open B file, and just black is going to have the easier play.
Yeah.
And if it were a blitz game, I'd love to have the black pieces just so much easier to play. The queen is already eyeing, and look at black's king. It was looking open, slightly weak from the opening, but just one bishop on g7 is controlling, is safeguarding everything on the king side.
The showstopper indeed for the black king, defending everything, making sure nothing gets in and nothing gets out. And after rook b8, pawn to f3 played by white. So she's now going for your plan, Rakesh. But I feel that this might be a bit late. Just to kind of highlight how difficult it might be. I know a6 is not the best move here, but bishop d3, even moves like queen a3 are in the air. This is a pin. Right now the white queen defends it, so there's no attack, no threat there really. But even these kind of moves are possible. The knight can come to b6 and c4, for example. Knight to b6 here lets you take the pawn. Knight to c4, and now knight a3 is that. I know this is not the best plan again, but you can see how there are a bunch of ideas, and if black finds the right moment to execute them, then I think white's king could be in danger.
Yeah, fully agreed. And like you said, bishop e to bishop b5, white wasted a move. Instead, we could have the same position if white had played f3 and all of those things happened, and again it would be white's turn to play.
Yeah,
so one tempi is a big loss, especially if kings are in like this opposite castle situation.
I absolutely agree. Imagine both sides attacking in that final moment. That one move can be really costly. So very important. I think white is also behind on the clock. So Rakesh, I think this looks like a almost confirmed result from my end.
100%. Like we will have a winner or a loser, and which is what we all love, don't we? And definitely it looks a little bit in black's favor for now with the time situation and everything. But yeah, I think this is one game which everyone in chat should watch out for. And speak of the chat, Sahil, really happy to tell you like a couple of people have made it to the tournament hall from Pune.
Oh,
so they were asking us about the venue and so on, and looks like they are here at the Fern Hotel.
Oh, that's amazing. Would love to meet you guys if you're here. And of course, you can get some pictures with the players after their games. And it's a great opportunity to meet some, top players of the world right now, right here in Pune. It's not often we have like top level events in India, Rakesh. So it's a great opportunity.
Definitely. And normally we, always have the Tata Steel event, but that's in Kolkata, like the eastern part of India. But here you have it in the western central part, and which is really nice. And we have a move, Sahil, by Muguntul.
And knight b6 played. I absolutely love that move.
Yeah, I like this move, Sahil, because for the ideas you mentioned. But one very important point to note is you were playing this pawn on the side
Yeah.
first. If you just go back,
Yeah.
so the point is, if you play this, bishop goes back. Now the knight comes in anyway. Now look at your bishop on the back rank on c8. You stopped a square of its own on the side on the a6 square.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Mungendal thought about it and went directly with the knight, so that in case she wants, she has that square open for the bishop.
And also, Rakesh, very important, that the idea of knight c4 is strong, but the problem is that the bishop can take it. So let's say white here were to take the pawn on g4, right?
Okay.
I would play bishop d7.
Oh, I see your
idea.
idea.
And if you want to take here, I think this is just close to practically lost, because after queen d7, now what do you do about knight c4? So this would be a great trade, because now you're developing a piece instead of pushing this a pawn here, which is nothing move basically, and also kind of leaves a weakness, for the endgame there. The bishop has to keep defending it, to your point. So I think I love this move, knight b6, bishop d7 next move. We could pre-move this right now, and this is coming to d7.
I think so. It looks very difficult for white here, and I think Alina has her task cut out if she really wants to defend this one.
Absolutely, and very, very interesting game. We will come back to this. Maybe it's time to head off quickly to Divya game, because what we thought Divya has played, she has played that move from that game, knight to d4. It's apparently h6 was the best move here, but knight d4 is a tricky move because it's threatening knight c2, winning on the spot, and it's asking white, do you want a castle to avoid that threat? But what is this h5 about then?
Yeah, it is a big problem, Sahil. And in that game between Isipanu and Grandmaster Gopal from India, white simply ignored black's threat and played castle.
That's very interesting. Because now after castles, black has the option of even potentially taking on h5. Yeah, even this pawn is now hanging. Of course, this is usually positionally very difficult, but it is an option. And even h6 now. And once the knight comes back, I can even kind of play g5 or take here. So multiple options, and the h pawn couldn't really do what it wanted to do initially. So very, very important. Let's see what happens. And as of now, after knight to d4, a deadly threat of knight c2 check. This is something you cannot ignore. And I have made you a threat, Rakesh, you cannot ignore. And now Humpy has to decide what to do.
I think it's a very complicated position. Sahil, why am I getting a feeling we might have all 5 results today?
If we have all 5 results, I think the commentators will stand up and do a dance step today if that happens, because that would be insane. 5 results is insane. So although possible.
Yeah, it is definitely possible. And all, maybe players are enjoying the Indian spice, but all are so spicy games today. I mean, I feel both like white and black, all of them are playing attacking chess. None of the players are backing down.
I think that makes a lot of logical sense, Rakesh, because you look at this is the second half of the Grand Prix, right?
Yeah,
so here the number of points really matter. Anybody who's not at the absolute top in the top 2 spots knows they need those points on the table. They have to win. The first, second place is all that matters. And there's no point, they want to get those points and get a chance to qualify. So that's why high stakes, high rewards.
And I was doing some research, Sahil, that according to Humpy, has finished second in the Grand Prix 5 times already. Wow. From 2009 up to 2023.
Wow.
So it just shows that is her way. That is her favorite tournament. She has won 7 gold medals at the Grand Prix events throughout. So just shows this is her event, and she has qualified to the World Championship cycle so many times through the Grand Prix. Yeah. So for this tournament, for her to have any chance of playing the 2026 candidates via the Grand Prix route, she has to score, sole first. She has to finish she has to finish clear first, not sharing the lead with anyone.
Yeah.
So it just makes full sense why she's playing such attacking chess. And Sal, if we also, as we can see the points on the board, that Humpy is 1 point behind already in 2 rounds. So that is why she wants to beat the tournament leader to, close in on that gap.
I agree. I think it's high stakes. Everybody wants to win this, and we can see both players pretty see. Look at Humpy's expression. Like, again, I said I'm going to repeat my same dialogue from earlier. You could have fireworks go on in the next adjacent seat, but you will not see Humpy flinch. It's not going to happen because he's so zoned in. I wish there was a way you could kind of peek into the player's mind there, but At the end, we are going deep into calculations. Rakesh, what moves is she considering? So castles is the first one, right? You want to get out of this threat of knight c2.
Yeah.
What other moves could be possible here?
And she plays castle.
Wow. And just to point out towards chat, castles is a decent move, but the most ambitious one and the trickiest one was pawn to h6. This is insane because you feel, wait, what? I could just give knight c2 check, but now king to f1. And if you don't take this rook, then why did you come to c2? So you potentially have to grab this, but then look at the bishop on g7. Rook will come to g8. Then the rook comes to h7 and rook h8 is a potential threat. This is resigns already. So, this threat was extremely deadly and h6 could have been a brilliant try. So, but castle's also a very logical move, Rakesh. You get out of these checks. And now the point is, what happens to this h pawn? Does black simply take? Does black play h6, kick the knight back? Does black just ignore this pawn? I think that's a critical choice for Divya to make here.
It is a very tough choice. White is kind of saying, you know what, I'm not caring too much about material, and I just want my king to be safe. And she's played h6 almost immediately, Sahil.
Wow.
Which is not like one of the which is the best move in the position.
No, that's a great move. The only idea is, I think she had calculated this beforehand. If white castles is going to play h6, because castles was the most logical move. And now where does the knight go? So coming back to f3 feels like a failed mission, Rakesh. You went with to greener pasture with some ambitious attempts, and suddenly you come back to f3. So I am sensing maybe knight to h3, of course, cannot be the move. Knight e4 maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of attacking the pawn on c5 and also kind of blocking the bishop and having that central square. The knight has so much influence across the board, I think makes a lot more sense for white.
I agree. And, if we see the other game that saw queen d7 in that 2016 game, so definitely now we have a new move in the position. And side, I feel h6, knight g4 makes total sense for white. And I would say white will still try to, maintain the initiative and try to attack. But I feel Divya has managed to thwart the early surprise and opening attack by Humpy.
Yeah, and Humpy couldn't really gain a huge edge on the clock out of this. So at the end, I think Divya should be pretty happy out of this. But still, the battle is not over. She hasn't castled yet, Rakesh. So,
Yeah.
And the bishop on g2 is still a monster, looking, indirectly at the pawn on b7, and there's still pressure here. Until the h pawn drama is decided, I am not switching this movie series off. I really want to know what happens here. That's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, and this, even before starting the stream, we were talking about this is like the main game of today, and it's living up to that expectation, Sahil. And knight g e4 on the board now. Humpy has played it. If we just like refresh for the chat, and plenty of options now. Now it's actually Divya's turn to decide, where I'm going to castle. And even I think people who are joining us maybe a little late into the second hour of play, even the YouTube thumbnail, Sahil, was of Humpy versus Divya.
Yeah. So if you clicked on that thumbnail, you're getting what you asked for. And by the way, rook c8 by Divya. So chat, I know you're watching on a delay, but I'm going to ask you anyways, what's your prediction for this match? Is it going to be a Humpy win? Is it going to be a Divya win? Is it going to be a draw? And will Zhu Jinner be the real winner of this match? This is the main point. Rook c8, very logical. You kind of defend this pawn on c5, which has the responsibility to protect both your knights. There's no queen a4 check drama, no drama there. Knight on d4 is solid. So rook c8, developing a piece, but still not answering those two critical choices. Number one, Rakesh, where's the king going? It's going to the king side, obviously, but when? And number two, what happens to the h pawn? So I'm still in suspense. And it's like watching a thriller series on Netflix. I've still not decided what's happening, and I'm still wondering, okay, what happens here? What happens here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sahil. And the sign of a stronger chess player is you don't release the tension. Normally, they say whoever releases the tension or like takes if if white plays h into g6, you are releasing the tension here. So that is going to be sign of a weaker player in the two players that are playing. So in any position, we saw Harika make the same mistake of releasing the tension in game 1 against Zujiner, and she had to pay a heavy price for that. So I don't think white is going to play at g6. I think white will first try to kick away the knight on b4 with a3. So that's now you see you can't go knight c6 because you lose the c5 pawn with knight takes c5. And it's just going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, it'll be difficult, but I think, you said, the
So you have to go in the corner side. Sorry to cut.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Tensional drama is intense. Christopher Nolan taking notes right now. His next movie might be inspired. But as of now, Rakesh, I love your move a3. And first of all, knight c6 is definitely the obvious square, you said. But after, a move like e3, then maybe the knight has to go to e6. And then you take on g6, bishop takes. And this is like a very... a rectangle of pieces, especially once the king goes to the king side. So it'll be very, very interesting. And also, I think if you could potentially go knight a6 defending this pawn, because this is the pawn which really, really is important. But knight c6, knight c5, Rakesh, apparently there is enough counterplay for black here, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm stunned. What's the counterplay? So what does black do? B6?
You want to check it, Rakesh? Really?
Yeah.
It's very, very complicated. So b6 now. First of all, asking the question where you want to step. So I, as a logical guy, want to come back. I just want to say I grabbed a pawn. Yeah. No harm, no foul. But now bishop g4. And if you think carefully, there's a threat of first of all grabbing this pawn. And there are always threats on the e2 pawn. There's some pressure here. For example, if I pass a move, pawn to a4, now I can ignore this play g5, take it with this. And slowly, I think with that castle f5 at some point, all these pawns can move forward and black can take the initiative as well.
Wow. But I think it's very tough from a human angle. Like I would, highly predict that she is not going to play knight c6 because it's so tough. Firstly, Humpy has to play a3.
Yeah.
Then we'll get to this. But also, if you just see another probable move is knight c2 style, which we should show chat after a3.
A3, knight e2.
Knight comes in, I just move my rook, I save it, and now I'm going to kick the other knight with e3. And your seat, like the knights are just too codependent and it's not good for anyone. Yeah. And the last square for the knight is knight coming into the center after a3. Yeah, not knight c2. The knight comes to the center. Now, very, very nice tactic.
Yeah, this is a nice one. I think it's one for chat to solve, Rakesh. So what can white do to finish off the game here? I think if you're known for capturing free pieces, as Divya, she will suffer the same fate, unfortunately. Knight takes d5. Boom! Is the move. And once queen d5 happens, there's this unfortunate diagonal there and knight to f6 check. Bishop takes and bishop takes queen. And that is the end of the game. So as of now, very interesting. a3, a very, very ambitious move and a logical one. And to be interesting, can Divya find that, counter in knight c? Will she go knight a6 and knight c2 clearly? Not the move.
Yeah, I think Humpy is also calibrating all of that. But I think white should heavily invest time here to find out, because the next 4 to 5 moves are going to be very, very crucial. And this is a game style I predict we will have heavy time pressure. Yeah. Because 12 moves in, and players have already thought for about 40 minutes.
I agree. And maybe it's time to switch games and we can check out the game between Salimova and Harika, because that game was a Catalan and we were still in theory when we last left it. And this is where we left it. Pawn to b6, rook d1, knight d7, knight d2, bishop a6. And you can see the pawn coming out to b4, queen c7, bishop a3. An interesting move. And black breaks in the center with c5, pawn takes. And this tension, Rakesh, you mentioned tension.
Yeah.
This is, the tension doesn't get higher than this. So who's coming out on top out of this?
Correct. And again, like very same point. Like if we just think about the fact that I was telling chat about the tension, releasing the tension. So here white has to play moves like rook coming to c1, Sahil, or queen coming to a4. Because if you just play a random, let me capture. These are the best moves, but let's say I capture knight, pawn takes pawn, c takes d5. So knight captures the pawn. And suddenly you see it's black's pieces who are coming ahead. Bishop's diagonal has been opened and is hitting the pawn on e2. For black, and it just, that is the reason why you do not release the tension unless you're getting some material by force.
That's just such an important rule for beginners out there, because whenever an exchange happens, the side to capture second usually develops a piece.
Yeah.
That's very important here, and nobody wants to be the first person here. So as you said, rook c1 makes a lot of sense, and yeah, a lot of pressure here as well. And 43 minutes for white, 1 hour for black. Does that change your evaluation in your mind a little bit?
No. I think this time won't really matter in this game here, and Salim trying to find her best. Both the players are actually looking for their first win here in Pune.
Yeah.
So I would not expect both players to go all out so soon in the tournament, but I feel I would predict a draw in this one side.
Yeah. And Bisleri is the sponsor. I can see a producer having Bisleri right now. Would love to have one as well. And as of now, we're looking at the game. And yeah, it's time to check out one other game, Rakesh. I think let's head off to the Vaishali game, because we already saw that that was the game where white had the maximum advantage, at least according to the bar. And after queen c3, she found that perfect square for the queen.
Yeah.
Rook a b8, putting pressure on the b2 pawn. And very simple, knight comes out to d4 in the center. Pressure on the bishop, pressure on the pawn. And now bishop d7. So again, the bishop had to go back. So clearly bishop f5 was not the best move. And now pawn to a3. a3 is very interesting. Is she planning like b4, knight b3, knight c5? Is something like that in the air? Because I thought b3 might be more logical here, Rakesh.
Yeah, but again, b3 puts the pawn on a light square side.
Hmm.
And if you look at the opponent's bishop, you want to put your pawns on the opposite squares of your bishop. So the idea is, let's play the pawn to b4. I mean, a3, h6, for example, pawn to b4. Now, with the arrows, if we can show white's controlling the a5, c5 square, and all the dark squares with the e3, g3 square with the queen, for example, e5 square with the queen. And then, because the knight is on a dark square, it controls the light squares around it. So that's going to be e6, yeah, the octopus, like all 8 squares. And that is the idea for white here. So Vaishali is very happy to play this position. And I think she will definitely win this. It's like you said, bishop f5, bishop d7. One mistake, having a bad pawn structure. Another mistake, white is definitely cruising here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm having a coloring book in my school days right now. It's similar, but as of now, I agree with you, Rakesh. I think a lot of control for white. Does that control lead to a win? Is the important question, because black is still kind of solid and would hope that she can hold this. And accuracy wise, I can see it's 99.2 for Vaishali and 97.7 for Paulina. So guys, if you're watching this, 97.7 is not enough.
That is true, and it's also the fact that white is playing faster. So I mean, Paulina has for 20 minutes lesser, that she is just 40 minutes, and she has to defend. That's a deadly combo. You either have a position with easier playing position with less time, or you have more time but a difficult position.
Yeah, very interesting position. So we'll come back to this. Would love to jump to the Alina game against Mungutul, because exactly what we predicted happened. In fact, after knight b6, king a1 was played. I can totally understand this move, Rakesh, because I can see knight c4 incoming. I want to avoid knight a3, queen a3 ideas. I want to put the king on a1. But now comes the move bishop d7, a great move. And now you can see, if I were to take this bishop, queen d7, and you can see the bar take a huge dip, because knight c4, queen coming in, doubling up of the rooks. And where is white's attack? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's a tough position for white, because now if you play bishop d3, like you drop back with the bishop, I think black is really happy to bring his other rook in the game and threaten knight c4. But now, only difference being, if you capture, I'm going to capture with the rook this time.
Yeah, and of course, you've played f3. Now, do you take on g4? Because as you can already see, the bar goes down yet again, because there are tactics in the air, chat. So can you find the best move, chat, in this position? Take advantage of some pins here, because I think things are going really south, and black has a winning move in this position, Rakesh.
Yeah, and I think it's just a move like bishop to a4, because the knight is pinned, bishop in the corner, hitting the queen. And if you move the queen, I am going to, just capture your rook. And Sile, a very interesting position, just for chat. Yeah, I mean, white accepts that, okay, white is in a tough position, throws in a check first on h7,
Yeah.
and now king h8 is the best move. Just you are safe because of that pawn on h6, but you cannot be lazy or just play fast with king f8, because in case you play that, I'll just say I'll save my queen with queen f2. Interesting position for chat, and if you capture my rook and you say, okay, you're going to win, but then boom, knight to g6 wins the queen, and that's game over for black. So white has very few chances or threats, but black has to be just a little bit careful. But after rook f c8 style, that just shows every move in this opposite side castle position is important. Every tempo is important.
I would say this game is very difficult to defend. I mean, the bar says it's, what, minus, I don't know, 0.2, whatever. But I think practically, if you cannot take on g4, you cannot go e4, f4 makes no sense. And now the knight on h4, even though we saw that variation where it kind of worked magically for white, black will go to h8. And this knight on h4 is kind of not doing, it's like a piece which is optically great close to the king, but not really doing much, not a functional role here. And white is simply lacking pieces to launch any sort of attack. And I think you can look at the clock, and that itself, forget the board. Look at the clock, 35 minutes for white and 1 hour 6 minutes for black. So whatever black prepared, she's got a dream result out of this.
Yeah, and you said forget the board. So on that note, producer G, can we go full screen with another angle of the players? And you see both players locked in. And Sahil, I think we have had the infamous commentator's curse from your mouth after you said the knight on h4 is going to decide the game. And you didn't say in which favor,
Yeah.
but you said it will decide the game. And I feel that knight is going to decide the game against Alina's favor. So white is maybe now regretting putting the knight in the corner, because you said something yesterday very fun, which is knights on the rim are dim.
I agree. Imagine the knight on d3 right now, coming to e5,
Beautiful knight, right?
coming to c5, suddenly,
Blocking that rook.
yeah, and also opening up your rook. And
Yeah.
so that would have been amazing for white, and the story would have been completely different. But the knight on h4 is not really looking great as of now. And as of now, we can see white thinking.
And she takes her hand towards the bishop, Sahil.
Ooh, but she does not look happy with the position, and she brings the bishop back to d3.
Like we predicted.
Yeah, and now rook f8 should be very logical for black, pinning that knight, threatening that bishop a4 idea. And let's say we play rook c8. What's white's move? Now you have to move the queen again. How many times you're just making defensive moves, Rakesh, because you have to move the queen? This is not looking great for white.
Yeah, and Munguntul, to her credit, just opened up the position by sacrificing a pawn. But after that, it has been just one-way traffic from black side.
As of now, every game has promised, chat. So that 5 result, Rakesh, do we have a dance step ready in case we get 5 results?
Yeah, maybe sure we could do like an Indian dance step for our worldwide chat. Just maybe do that, but it all depends on that Harika game, because I think that might end in a draw.
But I still feel if we have that moment, our producer will show us his dance moves as well. We'd love to have him join us at some
Producer
point.
will join in as well.
But as of now, maybe one of the games will save us and the producer. But as of now, white looking great. Maybe it's time to switch games yet again. I would love to have a brief look at the Zuzhina game, because not much has changed. But still, I think this is a very important game. This is where we left it, right? Knight f d2. So rook e8 now, kind of getting out of that pain, freeing the e pawn and defending it as well. Pawn to f3. So white has this, 3 pawns kind of attacking the bishop. Yeah, a bishop is worth 3 pawns clearly. RHS equal to LHS. And now comes knight to g5. Knight to g5, queen to f2, knight to e6. Love that square for the knight, attacking the bishop, coming to d4 and f4 potentially. And the rook comes to b1. So question for you, Rakesh, do we take this?
Oh, if you take that, I'm going to play queen takes bishop, and I see people might have heard about the double bishop advantage of the bishop pair, but chat, that is valuable in an open position. What do I mean by an open position? When the center is open, that is, there are no pawns in the center of the board. That is e4. If you could just show that e4, d4, d4, d5, then it's an open position. Now here we can clearly see bishop on g7 is blocked by not one but 2 of its own pawns. So the bishop near the king is not happy, and in this is one of those rare close positions where those two knights are better placed than those two bishops.
Yeah, I agree. And but although still very complicated, I am still a big fan of the bishop on d5. But
Oh yeah, that bishop is
yeah,
great.
but
I have a problem with the g7 bishop.
yeah, and I think these double pawns really make the task difficult for black. It's very difficult to create a pawn break. You cannot really go f5 without clear, intent, because the e5 pawn can be weak. So interesting position. And Rakesh, maybe black can actually hold this. And if black holds, then we could have multiple leaders as well. So we could have Divya there, we could have Zujin, we could have others as well. So very, very interesting
Yeah,
position.
Polina could also join in. One
Yeah.
of the only player, in fact, on 1.5 out of 2. So yeah, and somebody else who must be really happy is Cornero Humpy, because it looks like Divya has made a slight inaccuracy, Sahil, in that game,
Ooh, after a3, she played knight to a6.
which was we thought it's the best move, but apparently you can see the question mark if you just play the move knight back. You see the orange
yeah.
color question mark by the engine, because they think now after e3 we could kick away this knight as well, and white is going to get the advantage.
Ooh, this is not comfortable. And now I'm wondering maybe it's time to expand with the f pawn as well. So, and Rakesh, I think we missed one detail there, because when we thought about the position, this was the
We
correct
had to
position.
take on g6.
Yeah, and actually she took on g6 first. And after bishop takes g6, now a3. So the position has changed a bit, because there is no bishop g4 ideas now or something,
Correct.
like no counterplay there. So now apparently knight c2 was the best try. Extremely difficult to find this. Who would play knight c2, Rakesh? Self-trapping yourself.
That's a very counterintuitive move, Sahil, but that's what champion players find. But sadly, on this occasion, Divya couldn't, because after rook b1, you think that e3 is going to trap your rook. Trap your knight here. But now you have the bishop coming to that same diagonal again. Bishop coming to h5 and not allowing, pinning your pawn.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you remember, it was the day of pins. And this is not allowing the pawn on e2 to move. And black had to find this, but sadly Divya couldn't try.
I think this is basically stockfish chess. Yeah, this is
That's
not
very tough.
chess.
Very
You're
tough.
kind of leaving your knight here, e3. Of course, it's not possible right now. Maybe I can move the queen at some point and try to push this away. And you still don't see a path. How will this knight come back? Because you can never move this, right? If you move this back, then I grab this one. So I understand Divya's choice there. Maybe knight c2 was the best, but it's definitely not possible for a human to play this unless they prepared it or they think for like 40 minutes. So as of now, knight a6 might not be the best one, but at least she has saved time on the clock, Rakesh. That is also extremely valuable. And now e3 is the move we are expecting Humpy to play. Is there anything else she could potentially do there?
I think e3 is nice. Another interesting, it's like a trap, one move trap. 100% sure Divya is not falling for that, but I could just throw in knight d5.
Knight d5. So
with the queen, we've already shown the chat that knight f6 check with the queen.
So we get a queen for 2 pieces and we go back home happy. So that's not going to happen. But Rakesh, so let's say knight d5.
Yeah.
And let's say I were to play castles. I really want to do this. What's the next idea for white?
So, it is basically you are telling me that you just ignore my move. But now I bring the knight to f4.
Wow.
Hitting your bishop. Let's say you again ignore or you just drop back. Now I can put the knight on h5.
Wow, it's the dance of the knights. So they're kind of precluding our ones. But anyways, that's an interesting maneuver. This is very, very nice. Knight d5 first. Imagine who would think this knight would land on h5, Rakesh.
Exactly.
Knight d5 here, castles, knight f4, bishop h7, and knight to h5. And we've discussed even in that, that game with the opposite castling, we saw how the bishop on g7 was the star piece for black, defending the king side. And this is the piece that white wants. And it's a difficult choice. For example, if you go bishop h8, trying to save it, you're forgetting that the pawn on h6 is hanging, and this bishop is having a big smile on his face right now and grab the pawn on h6.
Yeah, this is highly possible. And in fact, even though e3 might be the top engine move, I would personally play knight d5.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like, of course, taking nothing away from Divya, because she definitely won't fall for that queen d5 trick. But I'm just, saying my knight is well placed on f4. And in this position, chat, like I was explaining in the other game, now there are no pawns in the center of the
Yeah,
board.
yeah.
So now here, if white manages to play knight f4 and get one of the bishops, then the two bishops are very happy. They have like big smiles on their faces. The bishop on c1, bishop on g2,
Yeah.
and it's like white would be very happy with that.
Yeah, but currently this is where we are. Humpy has 46 minutes, Divya has 42, and this is where Humpy trying to find the best move for white. So very, very critical. And again, we have solved the mystery of the pawn. So I know, who the detective in the movie is, but we have not really seen the castling from black. So who's the star of the movie? We still don't know. So we'll figure it out. That problem will be solved soon. But maybe we have a new protagonist in the movie and he just kind of takes over.
Yeah, that's a amazing maneuver in the middle of the board on like move 15 or something. But one thing, Sahil, I'm very worried for just as a fan because we're loving this high level exciting chess. Is look at the clock timings. We played about 14 moves and players just have 45 minutes or 40 minutes remaining for the remaining 25 moves because they're going to get half an hour at the end of the 40th move, which is basically means they have 1.5 minutes per move, which is you're already 1.5 to 2 minutes. You're in a very risky zone if you have so little time left for your remaining moves.
I agree. And that's going to only induce more mistakes. So more fun for us, maybe not for all the players, but we are going to love that. And by the way, going back to that saying night on the rim is dim. If you're really adamant, you want to be on the rim. No, I want to be on the rim, be closer to the king at least. Because if you kind of go castling here, you see both the knights on the rim, but clearly the knight on h5 is a star piece and the knight on a6 is a liability. And as of now, Rakesh, very interesting. If you had to predict, what's your result here?
I think Humpy is going to win. Experience might win over like in this game, and I feel overall it's a tough position to play as black also. And Divya, of course, has form, is in great form, has 2 points, but somehow I feel the position is really tough here.
Yeah. And maybe it's time to switch games as Humpy, and you can see her, nodding her head. She's kind of in that zone of calculation. Yeah, you can see a couple of versions work out, and that's how you nod your head. You can see it again. Maybe it's time to check out the Vaishali against Polina game because I think we saw a3 last, and it's an important game for Vaishali, who's on half out of 2. Polina as well, 1.5 out of 2, a chance to take the lead. And now comes pawn to c5 from black, attacking the central knight, knight b3, attacking the pawn back, so it's reversed. And now the pawn again attacks. Like they have a separate rivalry going on. Yeah, you attack me, so I will attack you. Now you attack me, so I will attack you, and you attack me, now I will attack you. Maybe knight d2 then. I mean, it's just the law of the universe.
Knight d2, knight a5 is exciting because you see, if I go knight back, let's say I go knight back, you just bring your bishop out to e6, protecting. Now, if I capture the pawn, you capture my knight, I capture your bishop, and then you capture my pawn. It's equal. Now, this might end in a draw.
Yeah.
But instead, if you go knight forward, on the rim again. Now, if you go bishop in front, protecting the pawn, now I have this nasty fork attacking your queen and your rook. So I think Vaishali is contemplating: should I go knight back or knight forward here?
It's an important choice, Rakesh. There's a very, very nice thematic idea for black. So let's say, regardless of where you put the knight, let's say knight to d2, black has a killer strategic move here. And that is the weird move, queen to f6. The idea being, you really want to win the b2 pawn. And as of now, white cannot avoid this trade. You double up another pawn here, but this pawn is weak. And if knight c4, if rook b1 first of all, then bishop e6, I save this pawn, rook coming to d8, and maybe black is okay. And if you kind of play knight c4, now comes bishop b5, pinning this knight, pawn to b3, takes, and this double pawn, rook b2, and black gets a clear draw, right? This should be a draw. So it's precise play, and if this variation works out for black, we might see a quick draw, and very important moment for Vaishali here.
Yeah, in fact, there's rook e1. Did she play that?
Oh, she played queen f6 directly. Ooh.
So rook e1, queen f6. So why this is kind of important is Vaishali got a free move with rook e1. Now once the bishop will not be able to pin the knight and the rook.
Absolutely. And now
Yeah.
knight c5 is the move. You attack the bishop, gain that tempo, and you don't have the e6 square. So let's say bishop c6, and now Rakesh simply pawn to b4, and I've still maintained some tension in the position. And maybe you will undouble one pawn, but you just gave yourself another.
Correct.
So while it is still slightly better, still the most likely result is a draw, but at least Vaishali can push.
Yeah, and you have like none of the black pawns can protect each other. That's so weird. You have 5 pawns
Yeah.
and none of them can protect each other.
Yeah, it gives me a flashback of something. But as of now, very, very interesting position. And we have a move, I think. Queen c4 played by Vaishali. She takes the pawn on c4.
No.
And now a critical choice by black. Does she grab the b2 pawn, or does she play bishop e6 to try and grab the b3 knight and then eventually take the pawn? Important decision for black. This could decide whether it's a draw or does Vaishali push. Apparently, the best move is bishop to e6 try and grab this. If you grab the pawn on c7, and now there is, okay, bishop b3, kind of simple move, bishop b3, pawn b3, rook b3, queen a7, rook b2. And Rakesh, I think white will definitely have some chances here, but what do you say is the objective valuation?
I think this is very tough to defend. It's a closer to a draw than a white win. And I feel somehow if she had played queen takes queen and knight, like the variation just you showed before that, and she played bishop e6, by the way. So I feel this is now closer to a draw than a white win.
So would you say if Vaishali gets this position,
Yeah.
from this position right now, would she be happy or satisfied at least?
I don't think so. Because I'm saying from this moment, if you just
Yeah.
go back one move,
Yeah.
the line which you showed, I really like that. A queen takes queen
Yeah,
and
yeah.
knight c5. Like she would have loved to get gotten this position,
Yeah.
not the other one.
But now bishop e6 on the board, so critical choice to make, and queen c7 is not the only move. So a lot of options available. Queen a4 is, but I still feel a lot of pawns being exchanged. The ideal setup for white would have been to maintain this queen side pawn structure, these double pawns. Queen c7 has been played by Vaishali, so we'll see liquidation. And what does she do now? There is bishop b3, by the way, that's an obvious move. There's also rook b c8.
That's
the
the
idea of
best.
queen a7, and now you take the pawn on c2, and the knight is hanging with the bishop. There is some pressure on f2.
And yeah, Nasail, that's what I was going to say. You do not play knight d4 attacking the bishop in the center, because that's game over with check and checkmate.
Yeah, so very, very careful. And I think black has enough counterplay, but she has to analyze this well. But if she can find a clean draw, that would really save her.
She plays that, and I just think, it's just that little bit of form that we call. Vaishali doesn't look in form because, like in form, Vaishali would not have allowed that and would have played that knight c5 line which you showed us earlier.
Yeah. Clearly, Paulina has that faith in the position, and she has gone for counterplay.
You can see the cameras also. Like if we go full screen for a second, please. Look how confident Paulina is.
I agree. This looks like she understands.
She's chilling.
Yeah.
She knows, okay, she was on 1.5 out of 2. She's playing black against a strong grandmaster. She's happy with the draw.
Yeah. And you can see the bottle, sometimes what will happen is when I know the game is about to be over, I would finish my bottle there, finish the water, not to waste it. And it feels like it might be that.
No problem here. If you can drink as much water as you want, we have Bisleri as a sponsor. So that is not a problem here. Players keeping themselves hydrated with some amazing packaged drinking water with Bisleri.
I hope a statement is true, Rakesh. And as of now, rook c8 on the board. So let's see how Vaishali tackles this. And yeah, it'll be amazing.
Sal, this looks like a draw, right? Not draw, like this looks like we should end in a draw.
Yeah. I love stealing my producer's water bottles as well. I will have all the Bisleris. So as of now, I think it's time to switch games, Rakesh. I think Vaishali will have a think. That's my guess, because this is the final critical moment of the game.
Yeah,
once
I think so.
Chooses a pawn to grab on a7, for example, she cannot take it back. So maybe which game do you want to check it out, Rakesh? Any preference there?
Let's quickly check in on Salimova versus, and there, oh my God, producer being one step ahead, reading my mind like a champion, because now Nurgal Salimova only has 24 minutes as
Queen a4,
less than double of the opponent.
Yeah, clearly, I've seen many Bollywood movies where things get doubled, but this was not there first time. And D Tech C4 played. So Queen C4, Rakesh, I'm guessing, is the obvious move here. You want to grab the pawn back, and there's a pin on the pawn, right? Because the bishop on E7 is right now hanging. So how does Black take care of it?
So I think black can attack the bishop by coming on the side with queen a5.
Hmm.
And I think this game has just simplified, just liquefied into a very, very equal position.
I think until the A pawns exist, I'm still hopeful. Five results, Rakesh. I want to see you dance as well. So I think five results still hopeful. But yeah, I agree with
Okay, five overall. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
but I agree with you. I think this game
That's an emotional thought, Sahil.
trust me, every player in that hall is trying to, has some emotional elements right now. They're trying to control it to kind of be logical. Aronian once said, emotions sometimes get in the way of good
Yeah.
moves. So you want to be logical on the board. And as it's not all the players battling that. And I agree with you. Queen F5 does seem like a move which simplifies matters. And we'll see. But on the 23 minutes for white. So from Harika's angle, we saw a similar situation yesterday, right? When Harika's opponent had less time. But there she was maybe had worse chances. Yeah, she was the one who's fighting. Here, maybe that's not the case.
Yes, she has a great position and she would be very happy with her play. She has equalized as black in about 15 odd moves, and Salivova could not put any pressure or ask her any opening questions there.
Yeah, I agree. And as of now, both players battling out the time trouble phase. For white, sorry, the time trouble phase. Black is still chilling. And Harika right now wondering, how can I find a way to put some pressure? Nirgul, by the way, about to follow 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it's getting tough just into that critical time pressure phase, and whether we have about a nice 360 number in chat. So hello to everyone in chat, and if you could just like the stream, that would be amazing on the FIDE chat. And we have about 100 of you on the Chesscom India channel as well.
Yeah, like, subscribe, and let's grab some pieces. And as of now, that's what Why is thinking. Can I grab the pawn on c4? By the way, somebody says the position is so Divya-like. We'll rush to our game at some point. She wins. So clearly, chat having huge faith in Divya's position. I wonder what Humpy has played. Has Humpy played a move, by the way?
Yeah, couple of moves. Sahil, this is what we predicted.
Wow.
Oh my god, quick look. And that before we head into our second break, let's have a look at Humpy versus Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, E3 played, so not knight d5, but she played both the moves. She's like, I'm going to keep Stockfish happy. I'm going to keep the commentators happy. I'll play both moves. Knight goes to c6, and now she plays the brilliancy. Knight to d5, and there you even touch that knight with the queen, because again, the same tactic, knight f6. You will win a couple of the knight, but I will win the queen. So yeah, so you cannot touch the knight. And if black were to castle again, that mystery, Rakesh, again knight f4, bishop h7, knight h5. So it's the same position, but basically e3 and the knights have kind of been included.
Yeah, and the whole point is here. Let's say after knight h5, let's say you play a waiting move, you just protect the pawn on c5. No, silent that knight h5 position.
Yeah.
If black just says pass or plays pawn to b6, for example,
yeah,
white can just go queen g4, and it's suddenly mate in one. So very tough for black to defend that one. So black has to be careful, and I think Humpy has taken over the initiative, I would say, with knight d5.
I agree. Queen g4 extremely solid. You can also start. I mean, the simplest move I think is just to take this. There's one, the opponent king, the leader of the opposition, is having one piece in front of him. Let's just take it. King g7, and now you can play pawn to b3. And hello, Mr. King. The bishop smiles.
Amazing. It's so simple. And with this move, knight d5, I think we saw the engine also show one real advantage for white in this game. And I feel looks like Humpy is taking over, and Divya has to find the best defense, which is, with somehow just developing your queen with queen d7 here. And she has to find that if she wants to stay in the game.
Queen d7, not, completely obvious why it's the best move. And we can see from Divya's posture as he's sitting straight up, the Humpy is a bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
He understands, the game is right now in my hands and it's looking great. But Queen d7, Rakesh, what's the idea of Queen d7? Because already I'm wondering king h2, bishop h3 at some point. It doesn't really hinder my plan of knight f4 really. And where will the black king go eventually? That's my question.
I think black will still go and castle on the king side, like on g8. But queen d7 is just like developing your queen first. Idea is also to bring the rook on the open file or the half open file on d8, so that in cases where you go knight f4 or whatever, I always eye this weak pawn on d3.
And maybe
And I'm not committing with castle. That's the whole point. It's like a waiting move also, but also developing your queen.
And maybe Rakesh, the idea could be bishop f5 and bishop f3, just out of the top of my
Yeah,
head. Maybe that could be a plan as well, just to kind of exchange that, dominant bishop on g2, very, very strong, and keeping the white king safe. So white wants this bishop, but black says, you know what, let me take your, king side bishop as well.
But that's just going to be too many moves. Knight on a6, not looking good. If white manages to get this queen out and her bishop on c1 out, and I feel white is a heavy favorite to win this one side.
Yeah, so maybe I want to have, we can see the arbiter there, I think, making note of the time in the clock. So that's standard practice. Can we have one look back at the Vaishali game? Because a lot of things happened that we might see some result there. So we went, I think rook b8 was the last move. Now queen e5 from Vaishali. That's a draw for Rakesh, I feel.
Yeah.
Black chomps on that queen with both hands. Rook takes e5, rook takes e2. Now the knight is hanging and the pawn is hanging. You cannot defend both. Knight d4, black takes the pawn, and of course, very important, at first glance, yay, I win a pawn, but suddenly rook f2.
Oh, no.
But black wins the king, so you have to be very, very clear about this, not hurry with anything. So Vaishali plays rook to a5 instead, and I think this is going to be a draw soon.
Yeah, this might be the first result of day 3 Sahil.
Yeah. So I would love to see how much time black takes here. So Rakesh, what would you prefer as black? What would you do?
I would say activate your rook, bring the rook to the open file. Don't care about the pawns because it's all about activity right now.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you would capture my bishop.
Yeah.
I recapture.
And if you play this, sure, I mean, white wins a pawn, but I think black is pretty much guaranteed enough compensation. Sure, you can defend this time, maybe rook f1 or something.
Yeah, and I can just double attack with rook coming behind and I can get the pawn.
Yeah.
I offer you a draw after the 40th move because of the FIDE rules.
Yeah.
And then we go back to our rooms happily.
Yeah, this should be a elementary draw. So Rakesh, black right now trying to
I really thought Vaishali had a good position side.
Yeah, she had the highest advantage among all the boards at some point.
Yeah.
I think it was such an advantage where black had a solid position and she was not under tactical pressure at all. So she had time, stability, and there was no killer blow there. She had to grind out a very, very long game, accumulate those little advantages, put psychological pressure and kind of win that. And sometimes it's not easy to do that. One mistake and the advantage is lost.
Very true, Silent. It was like a positional advantage which could have resulted in a win after 5 hours of play.
Yeah.
And it needed slow, passive maneuvering by Vaishali, but she couldn't find those nice little moves in between. Allowed a bunch of trades, and like we see, even if trades happen at the cost of a pawn for Shuvalova, she is a very happy player because she's drawn with black. And she is also, undefeated, goes into the next day with 2 out of 3 points and great performance by her overall.
Yeah, we have 400 people watching on FIDE now. Do like the stream. Let's subscribe and
Can we get 500 people watching?
Yeah, let's have the stream. Let's get 500 people soon and cheer for your favorite player. So, Rakesh, one question I've not asked you this, and that's because I think I was not here on day 1. So this is what I usually ask Sahaj always.
Yeah.
Who do you think will win the tournament? The basic question.
That's a great question. I never really thought about that. But it's tough, So many good players. I would actually, of course, there are plenty of Indian hopes. So I would say someone between Divya or Zujina. Not because they've started well, but
totally not because they've started well. If I had asked you on day 1, you would have
It's your mistake you didn't come on day 1.
The same names. Yeah.
But now also I would say, if Humpy wins this, I would say Humpy and Zujina.
So would you say in a tournament like the Grand Prix, do you think experience matters more, or do you think that energy and youth matters more? What do you think?
I think experience matters a lot because, like I said, Humpy has played this for so many years, and we see Shuvalova play Rook D8, hitting that knight, and kind of forcing the line that we showed chat. But it's a very important event for the Women's World Championship cycle, and Humpy has qualified 5 times with second place. So just shows that this tournament needs a lot of experience, and that is why Humpy is also my bet, because this is Humpy's last event of the Grand Prix cycle, because she's not going to play the next one, because players are only allowed to play 3 out of 6 events. So in fact, she has to win this, and not even she cannot win it with Divya or Zujiner. She has to win it outright.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult, and all the best to Humpy for
So
that.
I would actually go out and say Humpy or Zujiner are my picks. What about you, Sai?
That's a very, I feel like Uno reversed here. Very difficult, I think. I think we do have 2 leaders. I do kind of like how Zuziner is playing this. I feel she's definitely in my top 2. I feel like, she's had the stability and she has that poise and composure to convert that game. But full support to Humpy as always. I think she has an outside chance as well. But I don't know. I'm going to go that this Grand Prix might belong to the youngsters.
Yeah.
So that's my hunch there, and usually my hunches are always wrong, but it's good to have them anyways. So I'm gonna go and say maybe it's going to be Divya, maybe potentially, or maybe Salimova as well. One of these players who kind of take this tournament home.
Definitely. And Sahil, while you were picking that choice, if we just have a quick look at Humpy's game, I know this game is about to end between Vaishali, but I picked Humpy, you picked Divya, and once you picked her, she made an inaccuracy by playing castle, and black is in some trouble. After we showed this line 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Of knight coming to f4 and h5. So castle finally a big mistake, and we have a evaluation of +1, which equals 1 pawn advantage for Humpy here.
Yeah, but I think I feel Rakesh, this is the kind of position where things can go south very quickly once you're under time pressure. So what Divya needs from her side here is to get a clean solution before that time trouble hits. Otherwise, I can see there's a clear path for the queen to join in. That's always a deadly proposition. Yeah, queen g4, queen h5, knight f4, removing that important defender. And Rakesh, I'm going to ask you some strategic questions. So how important is it to save this bishop? Why can't I just play something like, I don't know, queen d7 and ignore this? Is it really so bad for white?
Oh, that's a great question. And Sahil, that's why I think black, we were saying queen d7 earlier, because it stops the white queen from coming to that crucial g4 square. And because, let's say you played a loose move now, you are giving me that bishop. So I will just play bishop h, no, I'll play bishop h3 first.
But bishop f5 now, Rakesh.
Oh,
I got it, yes.
No, I missed that. I thought you'd play pawn to e6. But okay, let's just take on g6.
Yeah.
And after f takes g6, I want to get this bishop out on from its birth square on c1. So I can maybe play moves like rook b1, b4 is one idea. And I'm a happy boy because position is open. Bishops want to be on good diagonals, long diagonals. And finally, look at those pawn islands again that we saw in Shuvalova's position.
Yeah.
1 pawn island, 2 pawn islands, 3 pawn islands, and all endgames will be bad for black. And you don't have the bishop advantage in an open position. I have the 2 bishops. Sahil, you are in for some trouble if you're playing this as black.
I agree. And even now the c5 pawn hangs, so I can't really activate my worst placed piece, which is usually a great deal. I want to put it here.
Right, 4 on the board, Sahil. Humpy is playing the best move. Sorry to cut you off there. And it just feels we are going to see a masterpiece, and experience might triumph over youth in this one.
Yeah, but both players stars of Indian chess overall, and this game is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, can we quickly jump to the game of Alina against Munguntul? Because
So
we were asking for a result. We're really hoping for a result, and we might have it here because bishop d3 is the last move. And after rook f c8, we saw there was a huge threat of bishop a4. just kind of winning the exchange. The knight is pinned. So white, realizing that I placed queen d2, very
Okay.
logical, right?
Yeah.
But now comes pawn to e5. So again, opening up this bishop. She wants to open this bishop. And look, long diagonal, there's a king on a1 at the end of it. So she really wants to open that diagonal. And the knight on h4 still, it can come to f5.
Yeah, you have some squares, but
Yeah.
I like the move e5.
Yeah.
Because if that bishop comes into the game, it's just game over for white.
But the problem is, Rakesh, maybe I don't know what the best move is. Do you really want to bring the rook to c1? Maybe d5, of course, doesn't look great at all. Bishop takes, queen takes, looks very, very. It's already lost for white. But white plays knight to e2, and now that removes one piece from the queen side where it was kind of controlling some squares, and now black has a bunch of options. I am wondering why not just knight c4, activating this. You will take, I will take with the rook, and now I can double rooks, maybe come to c2. The queen can even come and join at some point, and the bishop can join as well. This bishop can join as well. So some pressure there. There are other options as well. Maybe e4. It's we can see the arrow there from the Chesscom engine. E4 played, and that would also be an idea, because if you take, I can take with the d pawn, and guess I have this diagonal of my bishop.
Yeah, and we just go to 92 style. Just want to highlight a simple point for chat, and even somebody, if they don't know that much of chess, it's so simple to show them that the white king is alone on the first three files. Black has two rooks, one knight, the queen and the bishop also eyeing that, and white has no pieces. Normally, we always saw the bishop on g7 was protecting the black king in so many situations, but here white has no piece against near her king, and I feel that is going to be very tough. Just 25 minutes on the clock with 19 moves to go. Very, very difficult position, and if you are a Kashlinskaya fan, and pawn coming into e4, so I like so many moves. There is also an interesting move like rook to c4, for example.
Wow.
Highlighting the fact that, I'm not it's just not a flashy move, but if you capture, I take with the knight. Now my rook is also coming in to b2. Queen will come to a3, hitting everything, and it's just too much to handle there.
Yeah, this would be resignation, I think. Once the rook enters on b2, I think the white king on a1 is basically counting its remaining time. It's just over. So I think rook c4, a flashy move for sure, and white will definitely not take that one, but that could be a mistake from somebody who's trying to get into chess. This is not a beneficial trade for white. Yeah, you will win the material, but you will lose the king.
Yeah, and also, like I said, it's not just a flashy move, because I'm also threatening pawn takes pawn, and bishop takes pawn. That you might have to check out for bishop h7 check, but I would overall I would play e4, pawn to e4, just gaining that extra space, blocking that bishop. Where does your bishop go, Sahil, by the way? Do you go back for safety, or do you go ahead or in the corner on a6 and attack?
My first thought was bishop e1. Okay. But as you can see, that problem again exists. And that is game over. So bishop a6, I think, is literally the only move. But if I can't come to c4, I come to a4, and it's still the same deal. So I don't want to play b3 here, because I can see there's a square for the queen now on a3. In fact, the best move here is rook to c6, attacking the bishop. And there are a bunch of possibilities, and I do not want to even calculate this. Yeah. So as of now, white struggling, and I think this is going to be a very difficult defense.
Somehow I have a feeling, Sahil, that this game will end in a win for black, which is, that's not the bigger thing, but I'm sure this game will be published in some books as like a winning tactic that black will find at the end. Because we see so many good moves, so many attacking moves, attacking plans for black. There is going to be some sacrifice in the next 10 to 15 moves, and black is going to bring home the point.
Often people ask us, where do we solve tactics? Right here in this game. We might get a tactical puzzle at some point. And
but I'm pretty sure, Munguntul, if she has done her puzzle rush today, in practice, she's going to find out some very, very nice motifs, because the white king is just alone.
Gukesh used to do it daily, during the World Championships. So very effective. And as of now, if we can quickly switch games, as of now, White has such a difficult choice. She might take some time to the game between Nurgul and Harika. Because after D takes C4, I was thinking just taking the pawn maybe is logical. But White played Rook D C1, so aiming to potentially just capture it later. But Knight B6, and the pawn is no longer hanging, and Queen A6, and this is the current position.
Uh-oh.
The bar seems to say black is better, but there is enough compensation still, I feel.
Yeah, but there is enough comment. But look at the time, 13 minutes.
Oh wow,
Only.
13 minutes for White. And just to point out, chat, accuracy for White is 97. Very impressive, but accuracy for Black, 99.5.
Oh, wow. That is just amazing by
That's enough for admission in Delhi University, Rakesh. One of the most competitive colleges in the world. So 99.5. That's insane. And no wonder White has 13 minutes.
And Harika looks like she was going to play something, but I feel Nurgul has complicated this and kind of given an early Diwali or Christmas gift to Harika, because she was not in that much trouble. She has played a few passive moves and gotten into time trouble, which might which might be haunting back to her. And I feel if Harika wins this, suddenly her tournament changes fully. And you were telling me that you met Harika before the game.
Yeah, I met Harika, and she sounded very jovial. I think she sounded fine, comfortable. Even though she had a loss, it didn't feel like she was low. Yeah, so this win, if she does end up winning this, will give her a lot of confidence. But from Salimova's angle, she also is 0.5 out of 2, so she would also love to get some results with the white pieces. A loss with white in such a tournament really demoralizes you, because you feel you couldn't utilize white, and now if you defend in the next game with black, so she will also come all guns blazing right now. But as of now, can we go full screen? Because she Queen A6, 13 minutes. How long do you think Harika will take for this move, Rakesh?
30 seconds. Because it's the second time she was about to play.
Yeah, she definitely had a couple of times sensing some indecision there. Apparently, Knight FD5 is a very strong move for black, bringing one piece from the king side.
And there she goes.
She's still not touched the knight.
Come on.
She plays it. Knight FD5. Great move from black. Basically, not much was happening on the king side. She transfers a piece, and now this knight can really support, the queen side. Knight can come to b4, can support a pawn move like c3, and very importantly, also defends the bishop on e7 if need arise. But white under huge pressure, and if you do take on c5 here, let's say, simply bishop takes c5, and now, if you take back with the bishop, queen takes c5, and you can see how the bar has gone down. You might wonder, yes, I won the pawn on a7. That's so beautiful. I get the pawn back. But suddenly rook to a8 and things are turning south. Queen to b7, rook f b8. And Rakesh, it's time to say goodbye to the queen.
Yep, indeed. The queen is very lonely, just entering enemy lines alone, which is very risky. And, amazing camera work there by a producer showing us the full angle. It was so nice because especially once black played knight d5, it was white's turn to play and the camera flipped to Nurgul to show what she's doing. And Harika very smartly gets away from the board. She knows she's played a good move. And I think now Salima will come under 10 minutes.
Wow, 12 minutes on the clock, chat. So
23 minutes in for just 23 moves to play in just 12 minutes, I'll.
Chat, spam your favorite in this game, because very likely we might get a result, even though it's still in the draw range. But I think the time situation really complicates it. Salima fans and Harika fans really cheering for either. And Rakesh, what do you expect as a result here?
I think I expect a black win. If you go back to the live position, Sahil, it just feels so strong. It is one-sided play. And not sure if chat remembers the first round game between Alina versus Paulina. Shuvalova in that game won a pawn, and it was that C pawn which decided matters. And I think Harika is just going to win the game because of that C4 pawn side.
Yeah, that pawn is so important. Just like reminds me of the h5 pawn there in the Humpy Divya game. One pawn can decide the game. And as of now, queen on a6. Looks like it's putting pressure on the a7 pawn, but really it's getting potentially trapped. So great chances for Harika here. 11, less than 11 minutes. I would love to stick to the same camera producer until we go down.
We have a move from Salimova. Until we have a move, let's
Yeah,
have Salimova on the board, please.
would love to see how much time she has when she finally plays, because this is getting very very down to the wire. Rakesh, maintain the tension as you said.
Yeah, and if we could just have that.
Yeah,
And, yeah,
perfect.
this is awesome. And Sahil, I am, my heartbeat is getting fast, but just 10 minutes left for 23 moves.
Yeah, and Rakesh, so what's the worst time trouble you have faced in your career? So have you ever been in a situation where you have to make 10, 20 moves in like 5 minutes? How do you tackle that? What advice did you get from your coaches? How to play in such situation? Do you that kind of play good enough moves and kind of tackle the time pressure later, or do you kind of find the best move to put your opponent under pressure as well?
Yeah, so I think luckily I'm not a big time travel addict, but in one of the games, I just couldn't get a move out. It was in the Gibraltar Masters, and after a point, I had to play like 25 moves in 7 minutes or so.
Wow.
Very tough position, and in the end I lost the game. So my coach told me, coming in time trouble is a crime. It's best to avoid it, not even get close to that. And see, if you think a lot, and there's of no use because you end up losing anyway. Rather, like they say, just fight and lose rather than just lose without a fight. So I would highly advise everyone, have a trigger deadline like that. Then after that, I started having a deadline of, by X number of moves, I should have X number of time remaining.
Yeah.
So
Great advice there. We have 420 people watching. Have heard that number somewhere. Let's like the stream and subscribe. And as of now, oh, Simon about to play something. She takes the
CC5.
That could be a great move. But after bishop c5, she cannot take the bishop back. She has to find the move pawn to e4, destabilizing this central knight on d5. Otherwise, this might go south very quickly. I think Harika's move is pretty much forced. She will take the pawn instantly, and then the timer will start again, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's the most difficult part. In time pressure, if like we saw Salome make that nice trades yesterday quickly, and see Harika playing bishop into c5 very quickly. Salome was about to write the move already with her pen, and look at that. Now the timer starts again, and Salimova has to find difficult moves with only 9 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, not bishop c5. That will activate the black queen. The pawn on a7 is not edible, and white is almost under 9 minutes now. Some people think 9 minutes is enough. I play under 9 minutes on a daily basis, but this is classical chess. This is top level chess. The opponent is going to use those 45 minutes to come up with some deadly threats, and you need that time to defend. And nothing is worse than defending with the white pieces, Rakesh.
Yeah, like our Indian Grandmaster Hari Krishna says, draw is not a bad result with white, but fighting for the draw with white is a bad thing that you should avoid. And it just feels that things have gone from bad to worse overall in the game. At one point, we thought this is going to equalize and end quickly, but I think Salimova misplayed the middle game position, and now she's under 8.5 minutes ahead. Things not looking good if you are a Bulgaria or a Nurgul Salimova fan.
Yeah. So, question for you, Rakesh. When do you think she'll play the next move? Like, how much time will she have remaining?
In the next 90 seconds, she'll play a move.
So 6.5 minutes. Yeah, 7 minutes.
Yes, at around the 7 minute mark.
I think she'll play it when she has 5 minutes.
No, that is too risky. So I like,
because this is the critical moment. So she will take that time, I'm guessing, and
everything is critical.
Yeah, I know. But I think the most obvious move to me looks bishop c5. I don't know how do you feel about it, and she cannot play that move, and that's why she might.
Let's show chat why bishop into c5 is bad.
Yeah,
because queen into c5, we showed them about why you can't capture the pawn.
Yeah. And basically, you've activated the black queen, right? And your bishop, and look at the white queen still. How is it coming back, by the way?
It can't. And remember that pawn on c4, if we show chat, this was a temporary sacrifice.
Yeah.
But suddenly it is protected 3 times by black's pieces, and that's promoting. And bishop c5 played!
Oh, that's a mistake from white. And now Harika should have an edge in the game. Queen takes c5. I mean, she'll play this in a second.
Yes,
on
she
the
does.
board.
And again, the timer starts for Salimova.
Yeah, the best thing you need, if you remember the yesterday game, I think against Humpy, and her opponent was under huge time pressure.
Correct.
She got a bunch of exchanges, went to a drawn rook end game, and then the time trouble didn't matter. White does not have that luxury, and I'm still not sure how is the queen coming back from a6.
It is not. Queen has no escape route, and I think Harika very smartly. I've seen her, roam more than usual today.
Yeah.
She's not at her seat at all in this game because she's seeing Salimova think, and 7 minutes left, Sahil, for 21 moves.
Wow. By the way, somebody started saying both Harika and Paulina are playing well. Absolutely agree there. And some people say, why not queen b5? I mean, I can trade queens, but the problem is if you do this, black can simply play rook f d8, and now black is basically a pawn up. And in an endgame, and a passed pawn at that. So this should be
Yeah, if you
close to
play
lost.
queen b5, you, without saying it, but you accept my sacrifice was wrong.
Yeah. It's not a sacrifice, it's a blunder now.
By this point.
And the evaluation changes completely. So as of now, critical moment, 6 minutes for Salimova. This is getting very difficult.
Oh my God, this is. Harika would be so happy with this win, but I would say Salimova kind of gifted this to her.
It's like sometimes as white, you also want to play challenging.
Yeah, you want
like
to push hard.
Yeah, you want to push because at the end, if you draw with white, then you're not really having any chances to win the event, and that leads to. And if you miss a single move, right, a single move, a single idea, it can kind of lead to overpressing and then losing, and that really puts you down. So, we know how strong Nirgul is. She qualified, for the. I think she won that World Cup, right, or something. Yeah,
World Cup second silver medal.
Yeah, it was amazing. So she's very, very strong. But this game definitely, that one mistake cost her.
Yeah, and very, very strong player. And she's also one of those players not in contention for the Grand Prix, but she can make a GM norm here. She would have loved to make, but after rook b5, now the queen is further stuck on a6. I think you just drop back as Harika. Queen d6 I like, because if you play queen c6, Sahil, if you can show the chat, it's in that bishop's diagonal, no?
Yeah.
You don't want to keep it there for just some X-ray attack. So just queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6 or even queen e7, just to
protect the pawn as well.
Once and for all, and not care about it anymore. And then, not to forget, there can be knight c7 ideas.
Yeah.
So, the trouble is not really over for white, and 6 minutes on the clock, only 20 moves in. So half the moves are remaining, Rakesh. So 1 hour and what? It's too difficult maths for me. 1 hour 24 minutes for 20 moves and 6 minutes for 20 moves.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, does it?
Very difficult. Very difficult.
Time trouble at it, Sahil. How do you? Why do you come in time?
So sometimes I think, when you come in time, there is a simple solution. You can lose. That's what I do. But I'm guessing that will not work for the players here, and they're going to fight much harder.
Very true. And yeah, we have people on the FIDE chat saying they got into chess because of Queen's Gambit. Yeah, many of my friends as well. And people definitely rooting for Harika and Paulina, as you mentioned, Sahil. And exciting finish coming up in this game.
Yeah, looks amazing. So which game do you want to head off to, Rakesh, now?
I think it's been a while. Let's go to our featured matchup for the day. That is between Humpy and Divya. And, oh my God, what's happened here, Sahil?
Oh, we saw that knight d5 brilliancy from Humpy, and we saw Divya castle, and knight comes to f4 attacking the bishop, but she does not defend it. You're wondering if defending this is important or not, but no. And now king comes to h7. So you defend with the king, but now you don't really have an option. The bishop can't go back. And if knight g6, you will take with the pawn and you'll be left with this broken structure. But Humpy has the patience and the poise, plays bishop to d2, does not hurry with that capture. The bishop is going nowhere.
Yeah. And you see her confident, looking very confident. Sahil, one thing has changed in this game. It's not about the board, but look at the clock.
Yeah.
They were very neck and neck on the clock, and e5 is a mistake.
E5 is a big mistake from Divya now, and it literally forces white to do what white want to do anyways. And after knight g6, pawn takes. The problem is, Rakesh, you've played a pawn to the dark square. that blocks your bishop, the dark square bishop, and now your light squares are weakened. And guess which piece white just captured? It's the light square bishop.
Correct.
So that means it's going to be a very, very hard defense if there can be one. And still, look at the bishop defended by the pawn, blocked by the pawn, the knight defending a pawn, the knight on c6, doesn't have any active squares as well. There's one weakness I can easily defend with queen b3, for example, and in fact counterattack your pawn and also control this important diagonal. And this is looking like a strategic, grind that we can see the next 10 moves that Humpy can kind of pull off a win here.
Yeah, and you just very simple play for white. Get your queen out on b3, bring the bishop to h3. You see those, if you can just highlight that g4, f5, e6, d5, d7, c4, all the light squares are super weak, and I think Divya just made it easier for Humpy to win in this after e5.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough defense, and 16 minutes for Divya. This is going to be difficult. Maybe Rakesh, this is time to take a short break because we might not have time to take another one because games are getting down to the wire.
Yeah, chat, we'll be back after a very short break to see the end of Harika's game as well as Vaishali's game. Do stick around. We'll be back very soon.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back, and we have no time for an introduction, Rakesh, because the games are getting down to time trouble. So quickly, let's head off to the first game where one player has just over 5 minutes, and that is Nirgul against Harika. This is where we left it, rook to b5, right? When the queen was attacked,
Yeah.
Harika calmly drops it back to d6, queen to a5. So finally, the queen finds a square, a path to come back. But this is not why she went to a6. She wanted to grab the pawn, at least put some pressure. And now rook to c7, the pawn is defended, and this pawn is also defended. So white plays pawn to e4 finally, and knight e7. Very important. No knight f6 because there is e5 forking both pieces. So e4, knight e7, and this is the current position where Nirgul just played bishop f1, putting some pressure on this pawn.
Yeah, but as you can see, the main problem is the clock situation. Just under 6 minutes for Salibaba, and I think Harika can just calmly protect the pawn with by bringing her only piece that she hasn't developed yet, that is the rook on f8.
I agree, and it's so logical, right? These are the kind of moves that white would want with such time on the
Simple
clock.
moves.
But black has them. All her last moves have been so obvious, right? For example, bishop c5, an obvious move, queen c5, queen d6, queen c7. Like all these moves are obvious, and white's moves are very, very complicated. And 5 minutes, she's been playing faster, Rakesh. So she's kind of playing on the increment right now. But that does mean that maybe she doesn't have as much time as she would want.
Yeah, that is very true. And we have Conan and Pepsi Cola in the chat who are rooting for Harika to win in this one. And the biggest point is if Salimova's clock reaches 0 before the 40th move, she lost.
Yeah.
So it won't even matter if she has some extra material or if the position is equal. So that's the more critical moment that Salimova has to play the next 17 moves within 6 minutes. That's the tricky part, Sahib.
That's incredibly difficult. 17 moves.
The pass pawn on c4 can't be overlooked. So very tough.
Yeah. Because the problem is you make one mistake and then it is objectively lost. And then the time doesn't even matter anymore and you will
True.
just lose because of the pass c pawn. So she has to find good moves. She has to find them quickly and she has to be fully focused for the next half an hour at least until she comes out of this and ideally grabs the c4 pawn for free or at least gets some counterplay in return.
Yeah, so things not looking good for Salimova here. Can we quickly jump to the Humpy game, Sahib?
Absolutely. This is a e5 was a slight error or a big error depending on how you look at this from Divya. And now knight g6, obvious move. Pawn takes, of course, for the wild ones out there, this would feel awesome, but not really. Pawn takes g6. And now queen to b1. That's a very interesting move because my first thought was why not queen c2, but I'm guessing the rook is opposite the queen. Maybe that's why she doesn't like it.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, if Humpy wins and we can get her in the studio, we'd love to ask her what's the idea behind queen b, because your rook in the corner can't come in the game now.
Maybe the plan is rook fc1 and at some point b4, Rakesh. Maybe that's why the queen belongs on b1.
Yeah.
There's a natural square for the rook. And of course, usually you would not leave the f2 pawn unguarded, but the knight on e4 is such a great piece, putting pressure on the black king side, first of all, putting pressure on the black queen side, and also defending the f2 pawn, and also defending the bishop. Also,
Beast.
it's an absolute monster, and there is not one piece in the black camp right now who can even challenge it for a while. The bishop can never. You wouldn't really use these pieces. The knight on c6 is the farthest distance away, and this knight, I mean, one move, two moves, three moves. This is very, very difficult.
Yeah, and queen b1 very smartly Sahil protects the pawn on d3 as well, which was under attack.
Yeah.
So I love this actually. Now I understand the whole point. Rook f4 and pawn to b4 just looks very tough for black to defend. And after rook f7, even the c5 pawn is hanging first.
Yeah, absolutely. And once b4 happens, if you take the a file also opens up. Imagine the knight can never move now. Maybe it can, but b5 can also be pushed after that. And these knights will get kicked yet again. They've been kicked enough, Rakesh.
Yeah, and can we get full screen into the players to check their body language and see? You see Humpy relaxed and calm. Divya literally on the edge of her seat.
Absolutely, and so are we. Because both players have less time as well. So, there's not enough time for them to contemplate every single option. And King S7 was one of those moves which you kind of play, right? When you have no time, you want to kind of solidify your position. Huh? And after Queen D1, the Queen is directly opposite that King. So
That's another very deep angle.
yeah, so you really, really have to be cautious. And as of now, Divya, who has 14, just under 14 minutes now, needs to come up with some very good moves. Maybe Queen E7 could be a move, Rakesh, connecting the rooks, over defending the C5 pawn, preparing rook F-C1, or even B4, putting some pressure there. Something else, maybe I don't even know. I really want to read out this knight. So B6 comes to mind. Maybe trying to bring the knight to c7, but again, whenever I play knight c7, there might be some knight g or some tactic there because the knight might be loose.
Yeah, very true, Silent. I have I have a challenge for our viewers and chat. If can we get 200 likes on our stream on both channels, that is the FIDE channel and the Chesscom India channel, before our first result today.
That's a challenge. I think chat will that easily. I mean, that's peanuts for chat. I would say let's make it 250.
250.
At least for a tough challenge. As of now, 440 people watching this intense challenge. This is also a challenge for each player, Rakesh. And 13 minutes, under 13 minutes now for Divya.
Yeah, very tough. And I think we might focus on this game a little bit further ahead. But one game which we might not get a chance is Alina versus Munguntul, because it looks like the Mongolian star is very close to a win. Sahil, can we take it from where we left?
Yeah, I think this is where we left it, 92, and she did not find any of the, she found complete, she found knight c4. I think that's what we looked at, right?
Yeah.
Knight c4, bishop takes.
No, we were looking at pawn to e4.
But I think we considered this, and this was one of the obvious moves, right? You kind of remove the bishop, the defender, and now pawn takes g4. I don't like this move because it doesn't really, do anything for white. Black can always take it back as well. Pawn takes,
And
bishop
Sahil,
takes.
sorry to cut you, but remember the old saying: if you just come one move back, 2 is company, 3 is a crowd. And look at that crowd on the G file. My coach had told me double pawns are okay, but triple pawns never, because they do no good. And you can see that's why chess.com engine is giving it a question mark as well.
Well, at least black will solve that problem for you by grabbing that pawn. Now, the knight is in the game
Finally.
But I feel it's too little too late. Rook b4, pressuring b2, b3 played. I think a5 is a hand move, literally. You see the hook, you push it, and now rook to b1 trying to counter this. But that releases tension on the d4 pawn. And look at the bar, it's minus 3.2. And now I would say just let's take on d4, open up this diagonal, for the bishop as soon as possible. I'm even thinking bishop f3 and then doing the same. But I think even ed4 looks very logical. The queen can also pressure here on the e file. a4 is also incoming. There's some sort of semi-pin here, some sort of attack here. And where's white's counter attack?
Absolutely none, Sahil, and just 12 minutes for Kashlinskaya. And I think if you're Munguntul, you can literally do like Inky Pinky Ponky and play the next move, because all moves are winning.
Yeah. So huge pressure, but I think maybe they have enough time that black would probably think for a while. I'm wondering if you want to check out any other games where Salimova has 3 minutes, by the way, Rakesh.
Should we head there? Let's have a quick look at Vaishali's game.
Yeah. Oh, this might be a draw soon. 33 moves as well. So a lot of games ending simultaneously, Rakesh. If we go back quickly, I think rook d8 is when we saw this last Vaishali game.
Correct.
96, pawn e6, and she's a pawn up, but black has more than sufficient counterplay. 2 rooks. You said rook on the 7th rank is great. What's better than that? 2 rooks on the 7th rank. Now comes rook f1, rook a2, h4, h6, couple of random hand moves. Rook e7, takes. Okay, I mean 3 versus 2 on the same side. I've seen this being played, and maybe Vaishali will play this for a long while, but this should be a very comfortable draw. And I like this for h5, maintaining the structure. Now, whenever white pushes the pawns, there'll be a pawn trade, and that means we'll have rook pawn against rook at some point, and the black king is in front of the pawns. Very simple draw.
Yeah, and very good point mentioned there, Sahil. Great take, because let's put the pawn on g6 and h5 now after rook e5, g6. This is the drawing structure.
Yeah.
This is very important when you're defending 3 versus 2. and Salimova gets that. I mean, sorry, Shuvalova gets that. Can we go a couple of moves behind?
Yeah.
If Black doesn't play the move h5 herself,
Yeah.
and White would have gone h5, then suddenly there were some chances. But now I think the game will fizzle out to a draw sign.
And very important, after h5, rook e5, of course, you have to defend this pawn. So g6, the idea for White is, I think she wants to play rook e7 and kind of cut off the king on the back rank.
How do you progress? Okay, you cut me
Yeah.
off, but
So-
what next?
Yeah, basically, I think the black rook will be the hero of this game, and will constantly harass the f2 pawn, the king, and you will basically have no chances to win the game. But of course, White will play for a while, so maybe this game is not going to finish
Yeah, but
as quickly.
You can see even the evaluation is 0.0 in spite of being White being a pawn up.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to switch around.
Yeah, let's go to Harika against Nurul. I think that's an important game, and where rook b2 was just played. So I think bishop f1 is where we left it, and now h6, very normal move, and now comes rook to b2. I think it's a human move. You want to double up rooks, maybe put pressure on the c4 pawn, but as of now, maybe knight c6, Rakesh. Attacking the queen, the knight can later come to e5, exchange itself
I like
off.
knight to d4 as well in the center.
Yeah, and rook
Just forcing
f8.
you to trade.
Also another very logical move. Harika has a buffet of options here.
I think this game would be a challenge if Harika had 4 minutes and Nurgul had 30.
Yeah,
Because White's position is so bad. Black can just play easy hand moves just to get the advantage.
So very interesting. Can we have the bird's eye view? Would love to see the time situation on all the games together,
Yeah.
and also how many results can we expect. And if you look at the board on the left, first of all, Rakesh, I mean, I would say it's anybody's game. Yeah, very complicated. I can see the king side expanded for black, so 3 results possible.
Yeah, all 3 results possible in Zoo, Jinner on the left.
Second game, black is already better. Third game, black is already better. Fourth game, maybe is a draw. And fifth game, white is better. So 4 results actually possible and plausible.
Can't believe Sahil will be right for the first time here, but I mean that would be an exciting day overall if we have 4 results. And I feel game like first and last would be draw.
Yeah.
So again, I would win our prediction back.
Yeah, that would be crazy. But as of now,
But 2 wins by Black, Sahil. Like, did you expect that today morning?
I think maybe it's pressure on the white players, right? To kind of strike
Yeah,
and
yeah.
prove that
That's a
they have the
great
white
point.
pieces. And you kind of overextend white's queen side. Castling shows that, even in the, Divya game, we saw some sharp lines with knight d4. Even in the third game, we saw black, white play the queen h6 idea. So multiple options, all sides trying to push. Maybe let's go to the Harika game again and see what's happening.
Yeah, we see knight c6 is on the board. Let's show the players. Wait. Sahil, Harika is just locked in, man. There's no way I think Nurgul is escaping this one.
Yeah, I'm keeping a timer for how many times you've mentioned locked in, but I think I agree with you. I think players are super focused. Knight c6, queen attacked. Where does the queen go, first of all? I don't see any great square.
Maybe if I go to the other end, the other corner of the board. Yeah.
But Rakesh, the battle is happening on the queen side. I mean, what's the queen doing on the king's side? I feel like it's kind of misplaced now. And if you come to the center, for example, let's say you play, I don't know, queen c3,
Knight.
knight a4 is forking both the
That's
pieces
why I thought
again.
let's take it away from the action.
Yeah, the knights are super tricky. And if you play queen d2, then black at the very least can trade off queens. And now you're this after pawn to c3, this is already close to loss because rook c3, there is knight to a4 for
Oh
both
my
the rooks.
god, that's so problematic. And I think Harika saw that and just played knight c6. Nurgul has a very tough choice and she's under 2 minutes, Sahil.
And still 16 moves to play. So she's basically playing on the increment now. Full pressure on Nurgul here.
Now it's actually a matter of when and not if.
Absolutely. So difficult to play. This is white. Queen probably has to come to e1 or on queen e1.
Come on.
Yeah, the bar doesn't like it. I don't like it, but I really don't know what's the best move. It's so difficult to play as
So
white.
tough.
By the way, 1 minute 20 seconds for white. Can we go full screen for a second? Maybe this angle is also comfortable actually, but I really want to see Salimo's expressions here.
No expression, Sahil.
No, but I
Poker
mean,
face.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure she feels the pressure. It's just Under a minute now, seconds on the clock for Nurgul here. She has to play now. 16 moves in 1 minute.
Oh, how is that even possible, Sahil?
I mean, increment. You play on the increment. Thank God there is. Let gods once said, "Let there be increment," and every chess player started smiling. But as of now,
Oh my god, 40 seconds.
she doesn't see a good square for the queen, Rakesh.
And she is going queen h5. Yes,
Oh,
she does.
she plays your move. She was scared of the knights. Totally understandable. But the problem is now the queen is out of play. Black can ignore everything. Just play rook f8 here and just push that c pawn down the c file. And this is looking really, really. And queen, by the way, has no easy path back into the game again.
It's like, you know, that football term where like the players
Offside.
are caught
Offside.
offside, and this queen has been caught offside so many times, twice in the game already. Look at there's no coordination. Rook is alone on b2, one rook is on c1, bishop should be on the g2 square. Not looking good at all. And I think if just Harika consolidates, puts the knight in the center, she's going to win this game and get her first win of the tournament.
Yeah, that will take her to par score 1.5 out of 3. That's pretty
50%.
decent, and that should give us momentum because she might have white in the next round and potentially a chance.
Yeah, and she plays her compatriot Vaishali in the next game.
That
so-
will be an important match tomorrow. But as of now, she still has to finish the job. As you said yesterday, Rakesh, the game is not over until somebody resigns.
Yeah. And yeah, she's just figuring out the final touches of this knight d4. I think style she's about to play. No.
I think Harika is. She has all the time in the world right now. So
Yeah.
She's having fun with that move. But yeah.
There you go, knight d4 on the board. Oh my god, what a game! I think flawless game by Harika today.
Yeah, and now white probably has to take, I think. Don't see any obvious move there.
And I think, Asile, if she plays such a flawless game, the audience would love to hear her thoughts as well. So we should really get Harika if she wins, when she wins. And Sahil, maybe you are her lucky charm because you spoke to her and she won today.
Let's hope so. Usually I've failed to become my own lucky charm so far. So if it works for other people, that's awesome.
Knight
But knight
d4,
d4
queen
on the board,
d4.
queen d4 will happen. And now how does white finish this off? I think rook f8, e4 pawn, by the way, also attacked.
And time is still an issue, but now I don't think even with more time, white would have struggled.
Yeah. By the way, Chad, what do you think? How many results today? I think we mentioned 4, some mentioned 3. How many results do you think with the current situation we're going to see? Queen e2. So queen does come back into the game now. But maybe just, are we ready for c3? Maybe just rook f8, rook d8.
I like bringing the rook.
Yeah, but where? Rook c8 or rook d8? Because both moves are tempting.
Rook c8, I think, just protect the pawn. But I think, yeah, Harika will take a couple of minutes here because she has enough time. Just checking out on other boards, Sahil, while you can stay here.
Yeah. And of course, all the games looking interesting. Even the Zujiner Salomi game looks interesting because black has a knight on d4. So as of now, a tough fight there. Can we have the bird's eye view for a second? Would love to see that.
Yeah, Zujiner versus Salome looking like very interesting game between the co-leader.
Yeah, there we have all the 5 boards. And the bar has gone further down in the second game there. 1, 2, 3 results looking almost confirmed and potentially another one. Unless Vaishali can somehow pull that off in that game, but that's done.
Unlikely, but yeah, we have seen stranger things in chess.
Yeah, true. So which game do you think will finish first?
Oh, I was thinking about Vaishali versus Shuvalova, but Vaishali is still fighting. She
Yes,
wants that
She
win.
has more time on the clock, so maybe that might last longer.
But maybe Harika's game, I think.
Lots of options actually, because any player could make a blunder, and the game could be over in one move. So lots
Yeah.
of options. By the way, I see. Even the Divya game, the bar has gone up quite a bit for white.
Oh yeah.
Can we check that out? That game once.
Yeah, let's head in.
So we saw last queen b1, and now knight e7, and now comes rook c1. So as we discussed, all the major pieces line up on the king side because the knight on e4 defends the king side so much. So queen side they've all here, and now queen d6 played.
And Humpy has played your idea, Sahil. Pawn to b4.
b4 on the board, and once you take this, probably rook c8. Let's say rook c8, a b4. The a file is opened up as well. There is no weakness for black to attack, unfortunately.
Yeah, and look at that pawn, that tall pawn on g7, Sahil. Can you see that?
Yeah. By the way, CB4 played by Divya. She has 7.5 minutes. Humpy has 15. So only 22 moves played, 18 moves to play in 7 minutes. So time pressure here as well.
Yeah, in so many games. Sahil, today we have seen time pressure coming in so many games. And CB4, yeah, the point is if I take back the pawn, you capture my rook first.
Yeah.
So I should be the one. Now you are, you have some counterplay.
Yeah.
So to avoid this, I think white should capture the rook first. Yeah.
And Rakesh, I asked you who is likely to win this event.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Humpy, I mentioned Divya. So, Chad, who do you think will win the event? Who's your favorite player? That'll be an interesting question to ask. Now that you know some of the results, who's leading, even the leaders right now are both struggling a little bit. So anything can happen. We might have both of them lose, and then the tournament is wide open.
True, and then it's like a dream start for Humpy. First 2 games with black against strong players she has drawn.
Yeah.
And then suddenly she wins with white against the tournament leader.
C takes b4. Humpy having a think, taking her time actually. She should use that time. Yeah, I mean, it's there to be used. But rook c8 seems to be the obvious move there.
Yep.
Oh wait, she took the rook, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has taken the rook on c8, and now Divya will probably take with, I don't know which piece to be honest. Both look okay. Because knight c8, I want to play knight d6, remove that knight from e4. That's really the piece that's a big thorn in my position.
Like you would be even happy to give up your rook, but there is no way the rook can attack the e4 knight.
I agree. There are now 7 minutes for Divya. By the way, Nirgul has 1 minute. All the players in time trouble. I think Salome has 8 minutes. Arina has 10. Nirgul has 1. And then Divya has 7. So 4 games already. At least one player is under 10 minutes.
Yep. And this, keeping an eye out here because this is the game between, like, this was a featured matchup. And it looks like it has delivered because Sahil, decisive game coming up in a featured matchup.
Yeah,
we are 3-on-3 so far.
Yeah, that's what we need. Lot of results, as many results as possible. Now what does Divya? 6 minutes by the way.
She has to. Oh, she's thinking whether to recapture with the knight or the rook.
So knight d6, is that even possible? Because knight d6, my idea is, knight d6 now. Let's say you take back. The problem is if I play this, takes, and now b7 is hanging. So I can't even do that. There is no way.
And then I'll remember that strong e4 knight.
The bishop will sit there. This is
rook c8 played. Rook c8 played by Divya.
Looked like the more practical move. If the knight can't come to d6, then there's no point of capturing with the knight. At least here it can come to f5 maybe at some point. And now rook c8 played, and now Humpy instantly takes the pawn on b4.
And while we are witnessing an exciting one game is about to finish.
Oh wow!
Which is the Kashlinskaya versus Mungun game. Let's head over there. We saw the game until 3 moves ago. Rook e8 was played.
Yeah.
Let's take it from there.
Yeah, rook e8, pressuring the pawn on e3. Usually it's difficult to switch like this, Rakesh, right? Because you're pressuring the b file, but you realize that e3 is also a big weakness.
Yeah, and once e3 pawn is gone, Look at that bishop opening up from the G7 die.
Yeah, very
Beautiful.
practical play. And maybe rook h e1 would have been better, but white plays rook b e1.
That was the
But
last mistake, I think.
yeah, and now a4, blowing open the king's cover. This king will be hunted down. There is no saving it. I mean, king b1 walking in front of the king. Rakesh, I think this could be like, I've seen the police chases on the, on TV. You see sometimes on TV, the king will be
The
hunted
car
down.
chase.
Yeah, car chases. I think this king will be hunted down. King b1, pawn takes, and now probably the idea is a3. I'm guessing. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, I mean, a3, I can just play rook takes knight as well. But one very interesting variation is, let's say you capture knight takes pawn on the last move.
Yeah.
Now I play rook takes. It's like a puzzle rush moment. Rook takes,
Yeah.
pawn takes, and now queen coming in to the corner.
Yeah.
And there are so many checkmates. I mean, you can't even count it.
Yeah, I think this is couple of moves away from resignation. There's no trap whatsoever. This diagonal is open. This diagonal is open. This file is open. This file is open. This could open as well. The king is all alone.
Very
and rook
tough.
on h1, still watching Netflix.
8 minutes on the clock, but I think pawn to a3 is an interesting choice. But you still sacrifice. You just even don't need to do anything. Just rook to the side, rook a4.
One beautiful move is bishop to f5 check.
Oh, sacrifice.
Sacrificing the knight, but now the queen comes in, and there is no way you can interpose with the queen. So let's say, I don't know, you can't come to the b2 as well. So king c1, and now you can grab the knight, or you can even go more
Pawn
adventurous.
to b2 check also.
Yeah, pawn to b2 check wins, rook c4 check wins. I mean, this is all over. Yeah.
Wow. And she has played a into b3, Sahil.
Okay, so I'm guessing at some point we will see a sacrifice somewhere. Why not bishop f3, by the way? You can't take with the knight, so you kind of remove one defender.
Yeah, it's sweet and simple, because if I capture with the knight, then you just take my pawn.
Yeah, and if you take with the pawn, then I take on d4. And I've really just blown open this. You will take with the pawn and rook b3, and it's resigned. So I think we might see
completely over.
Yeah, this is about to be over in the next couple of moves. So that will be our first result, and a very important win for Mongolton, who will go to 2 out of 3 with 2 victories.
Yeah, I mean, what a start for the Mongolian player here.
Yeah.
And you just look, even if you don't see the position, just looking at the body language, you know who's winning.
Yeah.
It's the player on the right, clearly.
Yeah. And the star piece is clearly the bishop on g7. Defended the king side pretty well.
Like, if there is a woman of the match award, which you want to give to one of the pieces, that would be the bishop on g7.
Yeah. I think black still finding out the easiest way to finish, giving no chances whatsoever. But I think anything would win here. It will be hard to find a move that doesn't, that kind of spoils the game.
True. And today has been a very action-packed day, and I feel all games might end at the same moment.
Yeah.
So it'll be very tough, chat. Bear with us. We'll try to get the final moments, the handshakes, the resignations of every game here. And
by the way, 450 people watching right now. Let's see the first result. And Rakesh, do you usually kind of resign, or do you let the opponent play out the checkmate?
No, I have some self-respect. So I resign just 1 or 2 moves before check.
Yeah. I resign at home already. So, mentally, so at least.
There are plenty of players under time pressure. Salome also has 5.5 minutes against a tournament leader, but so many games. Sahil, where do we head next? Or do we wait out till the end?
No, I think we wait out this game because this will be over soon. And then we rush to the next game. And I think that might be the Salimova versus Harika game, I think.
Yeah.
And then we also...
Divya also has just 5 minutes. So we should... that is another game which we should keep an eye out on.
Yeah. I love that there are so many results. I think this is what we want to see as spectators, yeah?
It's an amazing event. And it's not like a blunder. Like, there is fighting chess from both players want to win. All players want to win here. That's the best part.
Okay, I think the move is coming in the next 1 minute.
I think Mongol will just calculate. I think bishop f3 is just so simple.
Yeah, it's the simplest way. It's just a simple checks captures threats. You just capture a couple of pieces and then you give a check on b3 and white resigns. What will be the puzzle rush rating of this puzzle, Rakesh? We already mentioned, right? We might see a puzzle rush.
Yeah.
at the end. So what would be the rating of this puzzle?
2400. Because it's interesting. If you can just show the chat, bishop f3.
Yeah.
Then gf3.
Yeah.
And then we were seeing bishop d4. Let's say pawn takes d4. Now what I feel what Mongundul is thinking is rook b3 check.
Mhm.
King c2. Now she's worried, okay, rook is attacked.
And queen is attacked.
And queen is attacked. And if you move that queen to protect the rook, your rook is attacked again.
Yeah, this is not what you want to do.
Yeah. So
But-
this is the puzzle rush moment actually.
But luckily, there is simple. You can simply forget about this rook. Queen c7 check. The king cannot escape here. If king d1, then there is rook b1 check, and this is over. So you have to basically capture the rook, and now rook b8, king a4, and then queen. Rakesh, choose your mate, man. Choose your mate.
I mean, just queen c4 and queen b3 is a simple checkmate. And bishop d4 played, Sahil.
Oh, bishop f3 first. Bishop f3 played, and
gf3 and bishop d4.
We are going to see that exact variation, and we are going to see resignation from the white player in this moment. She cannot take back with the queen because the rook protects that. She takes with the pawn, rook b3, king c2, and once queen c7 check is played, I think we will see. And black is finishing a water bottle. That's a sign.
Yeah, always stay hydrated with your Bisleri. And Sahil, if you go to that position, please, just one very cute moment I want to show.
Yeah.
Just a couple moves before. Rook b8 check. Now let's say you say, I'll go queen b4 and I'm maybe in the game.
Yeah.
But pin and win, because the queen is pinned, you can go queen to c4 check.
Yeah.
What a move. And ed4 played by Alina.
Yeah.
We are seeing rook b3 check. Sahil, we are going to see the tactic on the board.
Yeah, let's go. This is puzzle rush on the board. Rook b3, king c2 is the only move.
Only move, right?
Yeah. King a2, by the way,
Doesn't matter.
is already queen a3 check. So you have to play king c2 here.
Yeah, king c2 only move possible. Of course, if you block it with your queen, then you don't even need to do any puzzle rush.
Yeah.
King c2 played, Sahil.
Wow.
We are like Nostradamus. We can predict the future.
Yeah, for sure. Modern Nostradamus, maybe. With the help of the bar. That definitely makes it easier. And queen c7 check. That's the only move and played on the board, and black is completely winning. This is the end of the game. The end of the tunnel. King b3 will happen. And I think couple of checks and it resigns. She
Rook
does take the
captured.
rook.
And very important, why she was thinking was queen c7 was the only move that won.
Yeah.
And now we will see rook check coming in.
And anybody, who's really passionate about grabbing material but forgets about king safety, there it is. The game is over. The first result for day 3. What a crushing attack from Munguntul here.
Amazing. What a well-played game by Mungatul. Simply crushed her opponent. And kudos to Castle Sky also, who went for that long castle. But Sahil, it was your knight on h4 that you had mentioned. I think that's the reason the pawn on g4 was too strong. And Mungatul converts a very, very nice attacking game. King's castle on opposite situation is a treat for us fans and viewers, and black wins. The first result of the day is in, Sahil.
Yeah, and I'm going to guarantee you this will not be the only result. Let's quickly head off to the game between Nurgul and Harika, where we can see we've had a bunch of moves because Nurgul is playing literally on the increment right now. Queen h5, we saw queen e2, rook d8 by Harika instead. Now rook c2, queen moves back, allowing the rook to come in. Queen e3 and rook d4. So pressure on the e4 pawn, defense for the c4 pawn, rook e1 now, and doubling up of the rooks. The backline could be an issue as well. Queen c3, queen c5. They're dancing around a little bit, and now rook e c1, and this is the current push. I think Harika is trying to figure out how to break through here. Like there's no easy plan.
Sure. There's no easy plan, but there's no easy counterplay also for white.
Yeah.
So just just simple moves. You can get the pawn to e5, maybe improve your knight at some, because just pawn to e5 allows you to move your rook on d, and there you go, because the rook is now free.
Yeah.
It's just like overprotection theme. Just play slowly and surely. I think black is going to win for sure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure, and e5 cements the center now, and this is looking like a very, very interesting game. Yeah. So another game we should check out is Humpy against Divya. So let's set off that game where I think Rook C8 is the last move we saw. Now pawn takes B4, knight comes to the center, putting pressure on that B4 pawn, and knight G5 check. We had this idea in our minds for a long while. And Rakesh, once you take this bishop D5, I can see a simple pattern here, which is very, very deadly because this can also open up at some point. Knight c7, trying to remove that strong bishop, and now queen to c2, basically pinning that knight, and rook c1 could be incoming.
Yeah, Sahil, this is looking very bad for black, and another puzzle rush moment may be incoming here.
Yeah, and I think this might be the second game to finish unless Divya can induce a mistake from Humpy here. I think this might be close to over. Practically, this is very difficult to play. The bar says it's plus 2.4. That means it's winning, but it's not like, completely crushing bed yet. But optically, look at those bishops. Look at the bishop coming to e4. Look at the bad bishop here. It just looks lost.
Yeah, looking really tough for the local star, Divya Deshmukh here.
And Rakesh, 13 moves. But there's one thing here. It's 13 moves to play, and it's time pressure for both sides. So if you're Divya Deshmukh, you want your opponent to also be in time pressure, and at least you get a chance now. Correct. Otherwise, if your opponent has too much time, or you both have too much time, like Humpy will grind this down 100 times.
Very true, very true. You want some challenges for your opponent.
Absolutely, and at least time is one of those challenges. So Divya needs to come up with some tough moves, at least offer maximum resistance, aka Hikaru style. So let's see what happens here.
And she plays rook d8.
Okay, so unpins the knight, attacks the bishop. Now bishop has to make a choice. Do I go here and maintain, this h-file attack, or do I just go e4 and keep everything solid and pressure g6? So that's a critical choice, Rakesh. Which one would you prefer?
Bishop on the long diagonal. I don't think we want to attack the pawn or the king via the center because she plays bishop in the center.
By the way, 530 people watching now. That's awesome. 500 for the first time in this tournament, and bishop e4, defending the d3 pawn, defends, and more importantly, Rakesh, I sense it's about king safety as well. Once the bishop is on e4, there's nothing in the world that can happen to your king. You might have that odd check, sometimes coming in if the bishop goes to this diagonal. So bishop e4 very solid, and now I think king g2 is the move I'm sensing, because this check coming would be very deadly.
And it's very interesting, Sahil, that rook has not moved in the game.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's not doing a job. It's doing a very important job, and its efficiency is 10x if it reaches the h-file.
And still hoping for 4 results there. 2 minutes for Divya now. She is feeling the pressure after having a short game yesterday. This game is, dragging down to the last moments. 2 minutes, 9 for Humpy. Such an intense game. Bishop e4. What does Divya do now? I want to activate the knight, but where do I place it? Maybe I do knight b5, knight d6. Harass the bishop a little bit.
That's too slow, I feel, Sahil, because I can just throw in a check, and that's going to be very, very tough for you. And she has played knight to d5.
Maybe knight f6 might be the plan. Again, the concept is just to remove that bishop from the ideal square.
But a very quick point, Sahil. Let's play king up, for example.
Yeah.
Knight tries to harass my bishop, but rook check. You can't block it with your knight because I will make use of the pin.
Yeah.
And boom goes the dynamite and capture.
Rakesh Bhai doing 5 booms today and 5 results as well, hopefully. But as of 95, this is the current position. Hard game for Divya. Now 8 minutes for Humpy. Now what ideally Divya wants is Humpy to take as long as possible, and both are in a time scramble, and Humpy makes a mistake, but knowing Humpy is experienced there, kind of playing these situations multiple times, she will not let that happen.
And even it's not like a difficult choice or a long calculation. I just go king up. There are no checks possible because the bishop is, I think, worth more than a rook.
I agree. Yeah. And now look at the queen side pawns, right? The pawn on a7 is loose, so the queen cannot move. You have to spend a move with a6 at some point to even free up the queen. This is very, very uncomfortable.
Not looking good at all. Actually, kudos to Salima, who's hanging on, who has not like given up fully,
Yeah.
still playing, and she played her last move in 6 seconds. We'll not go to that game, just mentioning it for the chat, and it looks like Sahil. I think your prediction of 4 results is possible today.
Yeah, I've been cheering for it for a long while. I want to see as much bloodbath on the chessboard as possible. The tournament, we should not be able to predict who's winning. Yeah, it should change constantly. And as of now, this game is turning the tournament on its complete on its. What happened, Rakesh?
I was watching the game of the other leader, Zhu Jinner. Oh my god. She was in a little bit of a minus position,
Yeah.
was offered a repetition by her opponent, Salome, with 3 minutes on the clock, and Zhu Jinner just played on, didn't take the repetition, and suddenly is now better. And he
Wow.
might win, and that might take her to 3-on-3, Sahil.
Wow, that's a sign of a strong player, to fight it out in those tense moments. Queen C4 played by Humpy in this game, pressuring that knight. And now knight F6, I'm guessing, will be Divya's response in a second. Yup, on the board. And now I think everything is different for Humpy. She can take on E4 with the queen. So King G2 feels like a very, very logical move in the
Yeah, but
position.
I did not like playing the queen to c4 because I really wanted that rook to come on h1. And,
You can still come, Rakesh, because now after King
but the
G2,
bishop is amazing on e4. I
I
don't
know.
want to lose out on that.
Yeah, true.
But okay, so the point is king up. Let's show it to the chat. You don't have time to capture, I think, on e4 because rook check.
Yeah, rook h1.
Bishop has to block it, and now
Queen
boom.
f7. You don't even grab the knight, and king h8, rook
Checkmate.
h6 is checkmate. So there's not enough time. So maybe you do save your bishop. Like
Yeah, so king g2 will definitely be played by Humpy now. Jinner is better. Oh my god, so she might have a 1 point lead, Sahil, in just 3 games.
Wow, that really makes her a clear favorite, I would say, to take this tournament home. Of course, I mean, she will have tough competition. Everybody will coming after her, with
King g2 played by Humpy.
Yeah. I don't know how you defend this. Maybe
Very tough.
I mean, this rook h1 is a huge threat. Maybe knight at g4, knight h6, maybe, but that is so sad for black side here.
Oh no, only 2.5 minutes there, Sahil.
Yeah, time is not helping. Meanwhile, also in the other games, Harika down to 14 minutes now. So, things are becoming very interesting. We see rook d7. So avoiding queen f7, Rakesh now. There is no queen f7 possible. So if rook h1 check, now I can play bishop h6.
Oh, but that doesn't look very good though.
Yeah, doesn't look convincing. It's a defensive move. A solid move, of course. Defends a couple of weak squares, but doesn't look like it's changing the evaluation of the position.
I don't know, Sahil, it just feels like a puzzle rush is going to be seen in this game as well.
Yeah. And the bishop on d2, by the way, not to forget, it's not even entered the game yet. Once it comes to c3, the e5 pawn will be hanging, Rakesh. Once I grab that, I mean, I don't know how black even holds the position together.
I think rook h1 check will be played for sure.
5 minutes for Humpy. She also has to play 10 moves. So, but her moves are simple.
Yeah,
though.
that should be fine.
Yeah. Rakesh, do you want to have a brief look at the Sanimo Harika game? Just a second.
Yeah, let's go because she has only 20 seconds left.
Wow, 19 seconds. By the way, 3.
What a scene!
Oh, that's a blunder. As soon as we switched, mistake by Sanimo there. I really want to go back. I think rook d4, and this is where we are checking, right? Queen c3, queen c5, queen e3, queen c6, couple of moves, e5, rook c7, and now rook d2 trying to exchange, but rook d7, and she made a mistake. Rook d4.
Just pawn takes, and you have not one but 2 connected pass pawns.
Yeah, this should be completely lost now. Maybe white gets a pawn to push, but black has no risk whatsoever here. E takes d4, two connected pass pawns. I think this should be just a simple win for Harika now, and she will come back to a pass score 1.5. She'll be very happy with that, but hard luck to Nirgul there.
Yeah, she tried a little extra with the white pieces, but that was a very nice conversion by Harikan after ED4. How many 50s? Oh, I think she's yet to recapture.
That took recapture 50 seconds for Nirgul, but I think once it reaches time control, there's not much to think. Harika's moves will simply come naturally, d3, c3, one by one. And yeah, the knight can support these pawns along with the rook and the queen. So great game by Harika there. Things moving very smoothly. I would love to check one glimpse at the Zujiner game because you mentioned there was a potential repetition.
Yeah.
And
let's
this
check
was
that
the
out.
position where Shu had actually played rook e4, which is not the best, queen d7, and this is, oh, rook b7 was a slight error, and knight a5 gives white some sort of initiative. Knight b3 attacking the rook, exchanging this, and now knight comes to g3, blocking the path of the queen. So black still fighting tooth and nail, although she has 2 minutes, but it's only 2 moves to go to the time control. So as of now, both players fighting it out, and no one is favored, Rakesh.
Yeah, but kudos to Zujiner who could have taken the draw quickly, but she was fighting. And again, like we remember, we were talking about this a couple of hours ago that she's playing the bottom seed of the event. Draw is not a problem, but at least fight till the end and then take the draw.
Yeah.
So that's what we are seeing Zujiner, and it feels like she might be able to convert this, but this will be our longest game of the day. And no surprise, it's by Zujiner.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll come back to this again. I think we have a couple of games with more time pressure. Going back to the Humpy against Divya game where Humpy is still thinking she has 2 minutes now. Humpy also has 2 minutes.
Sahil, you had mentioned this that the best try for Divya
Yeah.
is to get Humpy in time pressure as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Queen c8 on the board.
Queen c8. So she activates the most dangerous piece, and now Divya, having 2 minutes, has to keep defending. Rook h1 still a very strong threat. Where do you put the rook? Do you move the rook now? Maybe. Even the b7 pawn is under some pressure.
Oof. I didn't think Humpy will come in time pressure, Sahil.
Yeah, this is very, very complicated. Anything can happen, yeah, until there is a time control. 9 moves to go.
Uh-oh. Sahil, do you expect any twists in this game? I know you're a fan of plot twists.
Yeah. I mean, I expect like Humpy maybe not to find the best moves a couple of times, but I still think she will maintain enough control that Divya might not get a chance to come back. So
yeah, just an update for all the Vaishali and Shuvalova fans. Polina is still defending. It's not changed at all. Completely equal 0.00. Vaishali is still trying with the extra pawn, but no updates there.
yeah, if that somehow changes, then you are dancing, Rakesh. So you should be really hoping for a draw there.
Yeah, and Sahil, by the way, Harika didn't take with the pawn. Why not?
What?
She recaptured with the rook.
Okay, that's also very strong, of course.
Yeah, but
ED4
come on,
was,
two
ED4 was,
protected pass pawns is so sweet.
I think if we can have in the studio, you can definitely ask her that question. Why not he takes d4? Very curious. But now rook c1, and maybe because he feels the e4 pawn is now hanging. Yeah, you win a pawn, and that also kind of ensures you a smooth victory there.
And I actually really like this scene. If you could make the board a little bit bigger as well, because we see both the players.
Yeah.
The board in the middle. Amazing work by a producer there.
Yeah.
Queen into e4 is also a big threat. I know this might end even half an hour later, but black is going to win. I think.
Yeah, I think rook d4 now looks very practical because you win another pawn, you will move the rook back to d4, f5, king comes into e6, and you don't quickly push these pawns, but you are going to win this one, yeah.
Yeah, and Sahil, an update in the Humpy and Divya game. Look at this. Queens have been traded.
Oh, and the pawn on d7 is now hanging. Rakesh, and Humpy grabs that pawn.
Please note, rook into, just one move back, rook into pawn was a blunder. because knight captures the bishop and you recapture, but then you lose your bishop.
Yeah, very important. You can always lose a chess game. There are always ways, and that's why bishop b7. And now this pawn is also hanging, but black has rook takes d3
Yeah,
to grab
black
this
will
pawn back.
definitely play that. Can we switch the cameras to Humpy's game, please? Because rook takes pawn and then Sahil. Do you think Divya has enough counterplay?
I would say it's highly unlikely she defends this. The two bishops are just
Taken. Rook takes
Yeah.
d3, taken.
yeah.
And
And bishop
bishop
e1
immediately.
very safe. If defending f2, some counterplay could exist after knight g4 or something, and also keeping b4 defended. Now a7 is hanging, and how do you defend that pawn?
The only way is just go back with your rook to d7.
Yeah,
And now you can't capture the pawn because it's just an ugly and unsolvable pin for white.
yeah, definitely. I think knight e4, some knight d6 ideas might be a pain. So maybe she shouldn't do that. That's what Divya is hoping for, of course. So rook d7 maybe is a good practical try.
Yeah, 6 moves still to go.
Colin saying, please win Polina, Humpy, and Zoo. So Colin clearly has his favorites set.
Yeah, and Ron Stacks in the chat also saying amazing tactical shot by Munguntul. And yes, a big shout out to everyone. 600 people, Sahil, in the
Wow,
chat.
that's
So-
amazing.
And we have like a global audience rooting for everyone, like many different players in the
Yeah.
chat.
But Chad, who would like to see win the entire event? I think that's my main question, because at the end there's only one winner here who takes home the first prize. So would love to hear your thoughts on that one. And by the way, something played on the board, and that's rook d7 by Divya and bishop c6. Very practical. The pawn can now come to b5, and the bishop literally dominates the knight. The knight has no good squares, and this is the kind of smooth victory. Now only 5 moves to go, Rakesh. I think 4 minutes is more than sufficient time. No time pressure for Humpy.
Yeah, just showing experience, showing her experience there, Humpy, and looks tough for Divya this one.
Yeah. But I think Divya will, of course, strike back. Will come back.
Rook
Guns
f7
blazing
play.
in the next game.
He's not giving up yet. Sahil.
Yeah. And she's finding the best moves, by the way. All the counterplay she can. Rook f7, ideas of knight g4. If the bishop were to move, so she's trying to still put up some resistance there. Has she played rook f7? I don't see
Yeah,
it.
she has.
I don't see it here.
Just I saw her make the move. I'm not.
I can.
Yeah, rook is on f7.
I don't see it on the board yet.
But it's on the camera. You can see the rook has been played, right?
Yeah.
It's not attacked. The bishop is not attacked.
Maybe the producer can check it once, and meanwhile we have the camera, so we will know what's happening. Rook f7. This is the current position. And
yeah, updated now.
No, I think that's I have just done that. So yeah, because here Divya's time just ran out.
So there might be some broadcaster, but let's head on to Vaishali's game quickly. Sahil, I want to show you a nice little tactic. It's the rook. If you can go to Vaishali's camera quickly, because that game is about to end. We can get the final handshake of that. White was like a pawn up for the longest time. Now finally some trades happening there with f5.
Really? I think the moves have stopped for all games. I don't see f5 here as well.
No, I so yeah, I think now you might be able to see it.
Yeah,
there you go.
Sometimes the simple solution is to just refresh.
Yeah, that's what you can do with some Bisleri 500 water.
I would probably use it to drink though, but yeah. So meanwhile, I think I agree with you, Rakesh. This seems to be heading to a draw as well.
And kudos to Vaishali. She didn't take that easy draw, fighting till the end.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's one game which is going to end in a draw.
So by the way, also I think after rook f7, do we have any moves in that game? I still don't see it. Just refreshing again.
No moves. Humpy down. Humpy under 2 minutes. Let's quickly jump onto the Humpy camera, please. Rook a5 played Sahil. Finally, after a 2-minute think.
Don't see the moves still. I think some issues there.
Yeah, now there you go.
Rook f5, yeah, but I didn't see the notation there. Okay,
And
but maybe Divya is still fighting. Don't see the clock as well. But the best part is Divya is still fighting. Yeah, the game is not over, Rakesh. And if they hit 40 moves, do you think who does that benefit more? Does it benefit
Humpy, definitely.
Humpy? Yeah,
Because she's already in a winning position, just uh, has an easy conversion with no tactics.
b5 on the board, defending that strong bishop. I'm telling you, Rakesh, once that bishop on e1 enters the game, I think it will be over. So
GG's.
it's all about keeping that bishop passive, but I don't see how you can do that for long. It's coming into the game either via c3 pressuring this or via here and here, which would force the rook to move again. So things looking really, really tough for Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, bishop f8 played because the idea was the bishop was going to come
Yeah,
to that open diagonal and trying to hit the rook or the pawn in the corner.
maybe she wants to play bishop b6. Yeah, she wants this bishop to defend the pawn on a7. That one huge weakness she has. But the problem is bishop's not doing anything on this diagonal. These two pawns really reduce the power of that bishop.
And we have Vaishali's game has ended in a draw. She had a good chance in the opening, won a pawn, but it was not enough.
So
to allow her making a fantastic defense to get the half point and is on 2 out of 3 now.
So Rakesh, you got one more day to practice your dancing skills. So I would say whichever day we have 5 results,
Let's go.
we're gonna see that happen. So today is not that day, but it's a very, very comfortable draw. Vaishali was the only one who was pushing for some part of the game, and although Black defended really well.